Oh man. You know, I'm too scared to ever really say what all could end up being next in this, because so far every stream in its own way has had something to it that's made this game really, really cool. And Lord knows we encountered that last stream by a fucking mile. But I don't know. Again, it just feels like, where the hell did they go from up there? But I guess we'll end up seeing. Hey everybody, how's it going? So yeah, last time we played, we fought Bahamut, and that ended up being a real interesting boss fight. And with that boss fight happening, we now have 4 out of 5 Mother Crystals down, and the Dominion over here that was controlled by the Empire is like, the Empire's just straight up gone. There is no Empire anymore, and we now only have Waloed left. And apparently, Waloed is kind of, for want of a better word, in bed with Ultima. And yeah, I'm guessing things feel a bit somber because of the circumstances in which things happened. The Prince of the Empire was supposed to be more on Joshua's side, but then as the revolt and coup was happening, Dion got kind of spoken down to by Ultima in the form of Empress Lozenge's kid. Yeah, he kind of snapped. I would have figured it was his lover dying that would have done it, but nope, I was wrong. So, we're gonna check out these. Word out of the twin sides is that there's little left of the capital after the Mad Prince's royal tantrum. But what of you and yours? Did you manage an escape before the city went tits up? I trust you did. But Astolis might be good to set El's mind at ease. Reports from our brothers and sisters afield are all the same. These accursed skies cast only a pall over the land, but over the hearts of their people. Hearts already heavy from the fall of the Dominion and the destruction of the Storm's final Mother Crystal. For now, the realm endures, but with each new flood, her few remaining children descend further into madness. The situation is as ever dire. Fresh wings shall find you on the new moon's turning. Until then, our watch continues. May the crystal's curse be broken. I trust you and your party gain the Dominion without further event. Should your travels ever bring you back to the markets and put you in need of an additional assistance, you will find the Crimson Caravan more than happy to oblige. We might even offer a discount on our usual rates. I'll have you know, I ain't never shed a tear in front of no one, not even my mother, and you won't soon catch me doing the like again. So if it pleases your lordship, we can both forget about the whole damn thing. The Cid I chose to follow all them years ago is gone, and there ain't no dragging him back from the depths of whatever hell he's talked his way into. But his legacy, that lives on, in you and everyone else here at the Hideaway. Sure as the sky is blue. At least, I think it's still blue. As long as it is, I'll be right here where you can count on me. Yeah, we got some really good side quest stuff that resulted in a lot of nice things. So, these are all just probably letters resulting from the various side quests and stuff and main story stuff that we had taken care of. Also, this music is really something. But yeah, we have the Oath, Cid's Goblet, Martel's Apples, Ambrosia's Tack, and yeah. Yeah, sky's looking kind of dim. Maybe that's because of the Mother Crystal. Indeed, yeah. Hey Combo, how's it going? So we should have a lot more new stuff, hopefully. Use the forge.
So would it be?
Oh. Lingered there no warmth nor smoke, but in his light did burn both flesh and bone.
Should last you a good while.
Going good? Good. Glad to hear it. I don't want to use my only white worm bone. Oh, hello. Orichalcum stained loincloth marble flower. Oh! Are there new... Oh, there are! Ooh! I'll get to those. That'll cheer up the mood.
Aye, it's a dangerous world out there.
So yeah, now the state of the world's definitely changed since we pretty much just completely... Like, the Mother Crystals dying like this is just like, yeah, it's
It's rubbing me blind, you know.
it's starting to get a bit
I'll find
tough.
a better price than that.
Just have to wonder what all's gonna happen when it's all said and done. Yeah, it's like, congratulations, you're now experiencing an average Midwest winter, where it's just murky and gray skies a lot. But yeah, I have no idea where the game's gonna possibly lead after all of the boss fight shenanigans we had with Bahamut. It was insane. Alright, I'll ask about the skies when I get back from these. Okay, I've got 3 new ones. We've got the 10 of clubs. Merchants who ply their trade across the field of Korava tell of an outlaw 5 and 20 hands high and mighty of Thu who preys upon unescorted travelers. They claim he lives alone in one of the many abandoned villages that litter the region, but none has been brave nor foolish enough to narrow the search any further. If you who read this have either both or of those qualities, the Dalmekians beg your aid. And that's in Vermeer. Quiet Sands, Rosaria. Okay. So, bandits. A lone rowing boat has been sighted making a land off the coast of Port Isolde, and its occupants wearing the garb and speaking the language of the Iron Kingdom Crusaders. One can only assume that they come to take their vengeance upon Cid, the outlaw, for destroying which they hold most dear. We advise against all travel to the area, lest they think to kill or capture our members in retaliation. And then Ruin Reawakened. Sanbrequois legend tells of a dread dragon who is set near half the realm alight with his torrid breath. Before being sealed away behind a magic mist by Griegr herself, some sources claim... wait, hold on, let me reread that. Before being sealed away behind a magic mist by Griegr herself, some sources claim. Though it has long been forgotten which parts of the tale are true and which are mere myth, recent reports of a great dragon's roar reverberating around the woodlands passes of the Empire are real enough. Alright. So, 1 in Rosaria, 1 in Dalmekia, and where was the dragon? Dragon was in Sambrec. Woodland passes of the Empire. Okay. So if it's woodland passes... Oh, but I can't do... Wait, can I travel? Oh, I can't fast travel until I progress. Okay. Fair enough.
Otto, how fares the realm?
The realm? Oh, she's just fine. As long as you look past the fat storms out Mother Crystals and her skies are a roiling cesspit.
And Gav?
He's with your uncle in the Free Cities, helping Mid with her project. Sent an owl their way the moment the winds turned foul. Still waiting on a reply, though.
Do you have any good news?
Well, that depends on your definition of good.
All right, fine. What do you suggest we do?
Oh, no, I'm just a messenger. I leave the scheming to those more suited to the task. Could be that Lady Vivian and Old Tomes have their own thoughts on the current state of things. Could be that they don't. It certainly can't hurt to ask.
I suppose not.
Yeah, I think mood's kind of down because this continent's mother crystals are all gone now. Yeah. So we also got Bahamut's skill tree. And I have yet to actually try Bahamut's skills or take a look at them. So this is being able to charge Mega Flare. What's this one? Impulse. Summon multiple spheres of light that upon striking an enemy deal in continuous damage, binding it to the spot. Breathe forth a plume of light aspected flame that deals continuous damage. Okay. This one is summon multiple light aspect familiars that attack any enemy which Clive uses magic. Oh. So kind of like the kind of getting familiar tones of like the pods from Nier Automata. Massive beam, overcharged light, and burns. Oh, that's cool. I want to save up to upgrade the Phoenix attack, though. Like, this seems very much more on the ranged part of it all, which falls into the same traps that Ramu did, where it's just like, it goes against what I'm kind of preferring with my playstyle. Let's talk to Vivian.
How is it that every one of your little excursions presages some inexplicable catastrophe? Not that you are to blame for the Dominion's fate. No one could have predicted the actions of the Crown Prince.
I'm sorry I couldn't save your home.
My countrymen are stronger than you think. A few toppled clock towers won't break their spirits. They'll be back on their feet in no time.
I hope so.
Sorry if you hear me stretching a lot more. I've been dealing with some muscle problems lately, like some aches that have just been not feeling right.
Tempting though it may be,
Like I'm trying to stretch and drink water and everything. It's
solution
just,
to this mess.
it's like a pain in my neck and shoulder.
I don't know. But I am certain we're more likely to find it if we first examine the facts.
Beneath these darkened skies, fear and confusion reign over Valisthea. Oh, the lands around the fallen mother crystals had already begun to wilt for want of ether. But not like this. Crystals that filled wells and fueled furnaces. Now nothing but pretty shards of rock. And those that hang from the people's necks cast nary a glimmer of light to keep the dark at bay. It is only a matter of time before the common folk convince themselves that the end of days is upon us. Yet I fear a swift end is more than we can hope for. While most of the world thirsts for ether, the remainder drowns in it, spawning Akashic in droves. And amidst the hordes of mindless beasts, with magics as like to fail as function, even the strongest nation would falter. Rosaria and the Iron Kingdom teeter on the brink of collapse, while the tragedy in Twinside has all but paralyzed the Holy Empire. Dalmekia fares little better. Rumor has it the ministers fled the capital after the fall of Drake's Fang, leaving their beloved republic to crumble. Waloed, meanwhile, moves in earnest. The Einherjar has been sighted off Storm. The world, in short, is in chaos. It would seem our civilization was nothing but a castle of sand, to be washed
And so
away
castles made of
at
sand
the whim of the
melt
wind.
into the sea.
A castle of sand.
Not my best flourish, but it seemed fitting. The reports I've received are considerably more blunt in their appraisal.
Their
Without
report
the
shit's
protection of
fucked.
their nations, it will fall to the people to defend themselves against those who would take what is theirs.
Which is only ever going to end one way.
Defending a farmhouse against a band of chocobo thieves is one thing, but pitchforks and palisades will do little to stall an army's advance. Should the King of Waloed deign to invade, there would be none to stop him.
None but us.
Okay. So I guess maybe with the ether that had been stored inside of the mother crystals, the ether essentially just meant like, oh cool, now ether's bursting out of the grounds, which essentially means, you know, we've got like swamplands of ether where corrupted creatures are just going to be all over the place. So yeah, that's fun.
Let me guess. You're here about the skies.
Is there anything you don't know, Lawsman?
It doesn't take a court astrologer to augur the obvious. As for what has disturbed the heavens, that, I believe, is a question the Fallen might be better placed to answer than I. And on the 6th day, did the gods tear the sun from the firmament, visiting darkness upon their prideful sons and daughters. But I dare say you remember your childhood lessons on the sins of Zemeckis only too well.
You think they're connected? That Ultima was one of the gods responsible?
Well, he has certainly exhibited powers that we mortals would associate with the divine.
Yeah, we also had a weird cutscene involving the King of Waloed and Ultima.
But he wouldn't be the first god of whom that could be said, now would he? Yet for all the fairy tales that tell of the sins, there is almost nothing in the way of actual historical accounts. Had I the Journal of Moss the Chronicler, I may have been able to tell you more, but alas, I fear all remaining copies have been lost to time. You will forgive me, I hope?
Certainly not. Because there is nothing to forgive. Even without this journal, you've provided us ample wisdom. And we will always be grateful for it. Perhaps Otto will be more inclined to share his thoughts when he hears what the others had to say.
Alright, now I'll talk to Charon and Blackthorn about the skies. But yeah, now it's just a constant grayness.
Still alive, are ya?
I hope you're not expecting me to explain these skies. If I had to hazard a guess, I'd say we're the end of the world.
The whole realm's in chaos.
I've had orders canceled on me left and right, and that's from the few associates I haven't lost contact with.
As the old saying goes.
There's opportunity in adversity. The market for sharp steel's more bullish than ever. I'll find a way to keep this place fed and watered, don't we worry. I won't let our little family go hungry, whatever the weather.
Go on then.
Even if it's like 2-inch thick ice on the road. Like, because I have to tell you, driving on icy roads is one of the scariest experiences you can ever go through.
Trouble with your gear, or fretting about the skies?
Fretting about the skies won't help me get my work done. So I'm going to keep to my forge and leave saving the world to those better suited to the task.
Unless that is
they fancy giving me a hand shooing the birds.
you do what you need to do, Clive.
Alright.
Did you see the pair that...
This is a really good track. Like, Soken kills it on the OST with this. He really does.
Clive, we have a problem.
Only one. That would be a first.
It would. Actually, there are 3. We had as many owls arrive while you were at the shelves. Martha's got a Akashic at her gates, and talk of monsters roaming the hills outside of Northreach has put the wind up Isabel and her lot.
And don't forget Dalimil. Lubor says the village was raided by bandits.
Oh.
When it rains.
It fucking pours. The curse breakers are spread thin, taking stock of the damage in the Dominion. And even if I could get word to all of them, I doubt they'd get here in time to make any real difference. Which means there's only 2 people who can.
Jill and I.
Let them know we're on our way.
Alright. So we have to go help with all these things. I mean, maybe this will be my opportunity to go to the hunts. Yeah. So, Rosaria, so it should be near Porta Isolda. Right? Let's double check on those. Yeah, it makes sense. Like, once the order of ruling has kind of died, because quite literally all of the rulers abandoned their post when their mother crystals went down or their dominance died, or both, it's just like, well, shit, we have no monarchs or rules. What do we do? I don't know. You want to go pillage? Yeah, sure. Or something like that. Quiet Sands, and somewhere in yeah, somewhere in Sambrek. Mayor, Quiet Sands. Okay. Where was Vamir again? It was like, here it is. So we'll take care of that first. Yeah, I just had me some good barbecued ribs. That was kind of my eventful thing. It's been fairly uneventful today, which I'm fine with, because, you know, the last thing I want to do is do too much activity with my neck and shoulder the way they are. It looks like a lot of things have kind of scaled up with where I'm at in terms of my level. This wasn't here before. I see. Alright, you're annoying.
Too slow.
Those things are tough. Alright, there.
That's better.
Alright, so we go to the right and then we just keep going that way. But yeah, I guess that makes sense. The state of the world's now changed a whole lot because the whole area, the whole continents now like this.
Time to fight.
Alright, looks like I won't get to ride the chocobo as much, sadly. I love that I can do that with the dog. Do like the combos. They're so fun. Like, again, like the comparison that's been drawn is that it is essentially like Nero's XVI with his engine sword. So cool. Love it. There we go. I mean, it's a lot of experience. I assume we're probably going to get a ton of levels as we manage to keep going through all of this. And since we're here, I think maybe we'll go to Dalamil first to help out Lubor.
This might take a while.
There we go. Oh, I don't remember if I talked about this last time, but I did make my Steam purchases regarding the games I was interested in. I've made some purchases through my wish list, and all of them are games that I have considered streaming very strongly. So yeah, that'll be something. Obviously, you know, I'm playing this, and I've got a lot of other games that I've got streamed at the got for stream docket right now. Like, I literally put everything on hold because of how invested I am in this game. But know that, you know, more cool games have been acquired for stream. In particular, the 4 that I got, I ended up getting Signalis, which is a survival horror game that I've been really interested in. It's like an indie game that, you know, I've been interested in for a hot minute, but I just haven't had the time to really grab it and play it. I grabbed Hi-Fi Rush because I like Devil May Cry style games, and I hear that game is a ton of fun. And I also got Dredge, which is a fishing sim that apparently goes to the Eldritch side of things, and I hear that's really good. And a friend of mine kept recommending Divinity Dragon Commander to me, so I bought that too. So that's what I got from my little Steam excursion.
Forsaken soul, eh? Only those who have nothing. Show empty your pockets. Johnny.
Wow, that's foolish of me. tougher. Ow.
To me, boy.
God, these extra fights are fun. What was with me there? Why didn't I pay attention? There. There. There we go. Whew. That's one down. Oh, we're so close to leveling up, too. Scarletite and Meteorite. Cool.
A deserter turned outlaw. We were more similar than he knew.
And then the other was in Rosaria near Port Isolde. Right? Cypress Docks, Quiet Sands. Damn it, where was it again? Well, I need to get potions anyway. You ever hate when you, like, had a plan, but you forgot most of your plans, like, post finishing one part of it? It's so annoying. This works for me, though. I just need to get stuff here.
If you're gonna buy something, be quick about it. You'll not find a better price than that. It'd better all be here.
Alright. So one was in Rosaria near Port Isolde, but I need to know when, where specifically. And then another's in Sambrec, but it's really broad. Alright, and then there's Quiet Sands. Okay. So that should be close to here. Yep, over there. Yeah, all the animals and stuff have turned a bit crazy because of all the ether around here, so looks like fights are going to be even more commonplace than what they were before. Not that I mind. Again, games combat's fun enough. There we go. Getting a shit. Wow, that is way more experience than I'd get from these fights before. No, not Akashic Chocobos! No! Oh! I didn't even think about what that would do. Oh, not the Chocobos. Oh. That hurts me. That hurts me to do. Man, fucking poor mother crystals. Hurting the mother crystals, hurting the poor chocobos. So they're probably on the beach. Yeah, and sure enough. The Mageth brothers. Ow! Oh my god! I'm actually going to give myself a little top off and do some damage. So far, so good. One dead. One down. Drain the armor just enough. Yeah, there we go. And there we go. Whew! Fights are getting tougher. Not that I mind, this is good. This is good fun. And level up.
No more vengeance. No more war.
Alright, let's buy some more potions. And I guess we'll explore Sambrek just to see what all is around.
Will we ever see the sun again?
Aye, it's a dangerous world out there. It'd better all be here. Come
Might as well check also my renown board, see if I can get anything from that.
Either way.
Yeah, besides my Steam sale stuff, there hasn't really been anything else. I did also grab an 8-bit controller. I finally went ahead with what I've been thinking is get a wired controller from them that would prove to be a better D-pad than what my other PC controller has.
It's not true.
Is it, Clive? The world can't be ending, can it? We were struggling before the skies went dark, but now? I can't imagine how we will bear it all.
We've lost so much already.
When will it be enough? It will end, won't it, Clive?
Come to claim your just desserts? You earned this.
Ooh, that's a lot of... I could be able to upgrade to Phoenix Power. Let's see. Talisman of Priming, no risk, no reward, and Amber.
Best of luck out there, Sid.
And Got.
How are you doing? I don't mean to be gloomy.
But the whole world's gone to shit. Reports used to be about troop movements and changes to set bearers free. Now it's all aether floods, Akashic attacks, and plagues the bloody bandits. The Cursebreakers and the Cursebreakers and all our other allies are doing what they can to keep their heads above water, but
they need all the help they can get.
They're counting on you, Clive. We all are.
Here you go.
Why we fight, and all that's
Think
just
you
the
can help?
main quest stuff. Alright, so... I didn't get anything different, right? No. Nothing I have is better than my Drake Slayer stuff. Sadly. Let's see. Temporary increase attack proficiency. I'm keeping that on unless I got something that's better. High Cleric's Medallion. Better proficiency healing. Strength tonic duration. Yeah, nothing I have is better than what I can get. Oh, the Torgal thing. I'll keep that on. Could prove to be useful still. Because Torgals for a lot of stuff has proven to be really strong. I'm gonna try the Croc to see if the dragon's there. Oh, those are just here now. Oh, wait, no, I think... Have I already... No, I have already been here. In that case... Lay waste to half the valley. So we already got one here. That was the Griffin. I mean, did I... I went to... No, I have fought the thing there before. I have. Yeah. So what's... So... Mayhap something that way? Alright, so... I don't think there's any particular...
Isabel.
I don't think there's any,
I saw it with my own eyes.
I don't think there's any, change in the... I don't think there'd be, like, a different ending depending on who I end up helping first. More, huh? I'm gonna try the cape. Wow, all of the Overworld's music has changed.
Don't leave me, Pa.
Good girl. Fly, Ambrosia.
I just love that it's like a slightly cheery Chocobo theme. God damn it, this game's been making me say Chocobo because of the way that other people pronounce it. Like, the way that the characters pronounce it in this game is making me... It's rubbing off on me.
Thanks, girl.
There we are. God, that's like 300 for each. Like, I think the previous amount was probably half or a third of that. Half amount of that or a third of that. Getting good amounts of stuff. Okay, so it's not here. Although I didn't loot this place when I came through here before. Though I imagine I wouldn't have gotten much. Okay, no, I think I have been here. Alright, well, there's nothing there. Orbell Downs, I don't think that would be it. I haven't been south to Mornbrum. So maybe it's there. I'm just kind of spitballing in terms of where this monster could be. Oh, all the war. Oh no, all of the Oh, that's another point that the game's making with this overworld stuff. All of the war animals from the different armies are gonna be just around and messing up the ecosystem. Like, suddenly now we have a lot of war wyverns and war panthers that are just out and about. No regulation to keep them from, like, being in the woods and messing up the ecosystem, potentially. Oh, that's messed... Oh, man. Because, like, a lot of the soldiers that would be helping with them have left their post now. With all of the ruling houses just gone. Alright, so here's what my thought process is for the Bahamut skill. After I fight whatever this thing's gonna be, I think I'm going to try the Bahamut thing in the test chamber to see how it feels, because at the very least when it comes to that versus Ramu like threw me into the story action without really helping me get used to the skills. Oh, hello. Oh, it's a chest. I thought that was a fallen enemy. Ring of the Marksman. Alright. Yeah, this has to be it. This is a big-ass arena. Right? Yup. Oh, cool. Ooh. Svarog. Cool. Oh.
This beast isn't to be trifled with.
I'm gonna operate under the assumption that maybe I'm a bit underleveled for this.
Forgive me.
I may be a bit underleveled for that. Like, that's not like the, that's not like the Fallen Giant where it was like, oh, like, I could get there in 5 levels. No, that's 12 levels higher than me right now. Yeah, I'm gonna hold off on that. Let's go to Martha's Rest first. Wow, that was just instant death. I could do it if I just felt like maybe going through an hour-and-a-half long fight, but I don't feel like going through an hour-and-a-half long fight.
This man's gonna die if we don't get him.
That, oof. That was like, I saw the 50 and I was like, oh.
Martha, it's good to see you.
And you, Clive. Jill?
Otto said you'd been attacked by a Kashik. What exactly happened here?
Those skies are what happened. Not long after they fell dark, we had our first visit. There were hundreds of them. Tried to storm the hill. Only a handful made it up here, but that was more than enough. The rest are still down there now. And while we have a few willing fighters holding them back, they're sorely outnumbered.
What do you think, Clive?
That we join the fight.
I thought you'd never offer. Now, where I need you is the Fallen Gate. That's where the fighting is fiercest. Let the men know you've come to help. Something tells me they'll be pleased to see you.
We're on our way.
Do you think there were as many as Martha says?
More.
All right. So yeah, I guess, I don't know, maybe there's a overwhelming amount of ether in the earth that the Mother Crystals was siphoning away, but that ether was also, I don't know, it's a weird, because it seems like magic radiation that the Mother Crystals were probably doing a thing with, but the thing that the Mother Crystals did with that ether was causing the blight. Or something like that.
Clive, wounded.
We deal with the Akashic first. Titan!
Do this. God, that was satisfying.
It's over.
There we go. Considering how much experience I am getting for all this, I imagine I'll probably reach level 40 soon. If I think I'd feel comfortable fighting that dragon at level 45, minimum.
If you've come to rob this place,
You are mistaken, my Lord Rosfield. We're here by Madame Martha's leave.
how do you know my name?
Forgive me, my lord. There wasn't time for introductions. We're with the Guardians of the Flame.
Wade's men? But how did you come to be here? Where is your commander?
Sir Wade left earlier with a scouting party to find out where the Akashic were coming from.
Did he? Take your wounded back to the inn. Martha will see you're looked after. We'll join you anon.
So we're gonna end up getting to see more of Wade, potentially. Again, really shocked that he's even still alive.
Thieves. A fine reward for holding off the horde, that is.
When did Wade and his men arrive?
Not long after Rosalith fell. The Guardians asked me to shelter some of them that had lost their homes. They were making ready to leave just as the skies turned, and we agreed it was best we stuck together.
Martha! Trouble! The scouting party's almost at the lift, but they got a pack of Akashic snapping at their heels! And they've got wounded with them! They're not gonna make it!
Damn it all.
We'll worry about them, Martha.
You look after everyone here. If any can still fight, send them to the lift.
I will. You two be safe now.
Alright. So yeah, end of the world kind of is happening a little bit.
My dogs.
All right. So yeah, I guess when like your resource giving, when the thing that's been giving you your resources died down, a lot of things are just gonna go to shit.
Squire, I need you to get those who can still walk up the lift to Martha's. But what about... I didn't ask, Oscar. Sir.
So Wade.
Lord Rossfield. If you aren't a sight for sore eyes.
Martha seemed to think you might need some help. And by the looks of it...
We thought we could sneak by them. But we didn't know there would be so many. How could we have?
Behind you!
No!
Damn it! We need to get
Although it is kind of hilarious to see like corrupted crabs be an intimidating enemy.
Are you with us, Sir Wade?
Always.
Then let's do our duty.
Ow! Beautiful. And there, and... Oh.
Too slow.
Range attack for this turned into a triple projectile. Huh. Neat. Is there another one? They got it. Again, lovely that the AI is actually fairly competent against fighting enemies. You know what? The statement not rescinded, but under consideration. There we go. Okay.
Is anyone hurt?
I don't think so.
And yet again, you've pulled me from the flames. It's just a pity I keep walking into them.
You've never been one to shy away from danger, Sir Wade. Like any shield
It
worthy
is.
of the name.
We are indeed through the fires and the flames, but we carry on. Wah la la dun 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 wah 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 wah.
Is something wrong?
The lookout saw smoke coming from down East Pool.
But that was really funny though. The like Wade's just caught on the tortoise. What have you?
Jill and I will make for East Pool. You'll need to move the injured without us.
Don't you worry about them.
The moment my men are safe, I'll follow. Good luck.
Alright, so next we need to go to East Pool. Near East Pool. Alright. So I imagine we're probably going to face a similar situation throughout the other areas we've been to. I'm kind of excited to go to Waloed though and fight Odin. Like I'm kind of itching to do that. I'm like, I want to do it. I want to fight. I want to fight Odin. Because Bahamut was like such a balls to the walls experience. Goblins. Okay.
Headed for the rest.
We have to slow them down. Martha and the others won't be ready.
Okay. Oh god, the chocobos. No, I don't want to do this. Not my cute birds. Damn it. This hurts me. Like, it hurt me a little bit to hear of Chocobo being used as, like, food livestock, so this in particular is like, oh. Oh, Torgal did it.
Something's coming.
Oh, goody. One of them.
Apologies, my lord. Did I miss anything?
Only the first round, Sir Wade. Shall we?
Well, technically this is like round 3, but okay. Ow. Ow. Ow! Take this, Mike Wazowski. Why did Monsters University have to be made? It literally had no reason to exist. Tell me now!
Nice try.
There we go. I put that thing back where it came from, or so help me. Okay.
Do you see any more?
No. I think that was the last of them.
But it won't be long before the next lot arrive.
Then we make for Martha's while we can.
What did you find out there?
The same as Sir Wade. Scores of Akashic.
Well, wherever they came from, they're gone now. Our lookouts say the lowlands are clear. Hopefully we'll have enough time to lick our wounds.
How many of your men were injured?
A damn sight less than if you hadn't turned up. Thank you.
It was a hard-fought victory. But as long as the skies remain dark, I fear the Akashic's numbers are only going to rise. It's not a matter of if the Horde will be back, but when. And whether that's sooner or later, we'll need to be ready. The inn here affords a good view of the land, and is easily defendable. I'd like to make this one of our outposts.
What do you say, Martha? You'd have more men to guard the rest.
Well, when you put it like that, of course they can stay.
I mean, they're former, you know, royal guards. Would be pretty good at this. Alright. So that's that done. Ooh. Displayed in Clive's chambers. Aw, a symbol of trust, loyalty, and undying friendship. For as long as the Firebird's flames burns in our hearts, the duchy cannot die.
My lord, there's someone I'd like you to meet. Oscar, over here.
Oscar of Astora?
It is an honor to make your acquaintance, Lord Rosfield. I am Oscar. Oscar of House Murdoch.
What?
Murdoch? I wasn't
Oh, I thought he looked familiar.
Oh, he didn't. But his brother, my father, did.
Oh.
I am Sir Rodney's nephew.
Well, go on then. It's not for me to ask him.
Yes, Sir Wade. If it please you, my Lord Marquis, might you take me as your squire? I would learn the duties of a shield from the finest.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Oscar, but I'm a shield no longer. Nor was I ever the finest.
You beat a Morble at the age of
Time in the
15.
company of an outlaw hardly seems a fitting education for one aspiring to take his oaths.
My Aunt Hannah once told me that a man is not defined by his title, but what he does in its name. You have accomplished much since taking on the mantle of Cid, winning no little honor in so doing. And I would sooner serve under an honorable outlaw than an unworthy shield. Not that Sir Wade and the other Guardians are... I mean to say that...
You had a badass line going there.
Right. We know what you mean.
You had a badass line there, man. But you fumbled.
But a squire...
Would that really be so bad? You were a squire once. And I'm certain Sir Rodney would approve.
Know that I'll show you as much leniency as your uncle showed me.
I would not have it any other way.
Cool. Is that all for that?
I will not let you down, Lord Rosfield. You or my uncle.
Well, that's done there. I'll buy some potions here, and then we'll go to Sanbreque.
What are you after? Much obliged. There you go.
There you go. I did not mean to do that. Alright, so next we'll help out Isabel here. It's a good thing I at least know where the dragon is, for when I go back there sometime down the line.
Heard a bloke saying he saw ghosts.
I saw it with my own eyes.
Because, like, it's not that I'm against attempting that kind of challenge, you know, fighting something that strong. It's just, I feel like maybe having a bit more levels on me would help me get a better fighting chance. Instead of it feeling like those level 1 Kingdom Hearts playthroughs you see people attempt on YouTube.
We received the dame's message. There have been sightings of strange creatures, I understand.
With the blue eyes. Yes. Like a Kashik, but different. They've taken so many. I've lost count.
Akashic, but different.
Ultimus thralls. And what of your mistress? Is she here?
Oh, no. She went to the garrison to ask what they were planning on doing about all this.
Then we'll look for her there.
Oh, so more of like the thralls and the liches and the specters and all those cool weird, like, it's just eldritch and weird in its own way. Now it's kind of odd. Like, is Joshua at the hideout just kind of resting now? I imagine he is. Also, I just realized I have not checked. You know what, screw it. I'm gonna turn on the, I'm gonna go ahead and put on Bahamut. What do I put Bahamut on, though? That's the question. Let's do it on this one. Alright, there. And we will upgrade that. Oh, lovely. And I've got about 1,500 left. So I start off with a fire breath and that. I kind of want satellite. And then, oh no, wait, can I actually, can I mix and match now? Oh, it's so Jover. It is Jover. It is absolutely Jover. Oh no. Oh no. It's so over. It's so over now. I'll put this on and then I'll toss an upgrade into that. Oh, it's so over. I can, oh man, I can mix and match. I probably was always able to mix and match, but now that I know I can do it, it's like, yes, please.
Half the garrison's been slaughtered by those things. We lost the captain this very morning.
We've tried requesting reinforcements, but there's been no word from the capital or the Dominion in days. What more would you have us do?
I would have you do your duty. Those at the Vale look to me for protection. And protect them I shall. Because they are my charges, and that is my duty. In case you have forgotten, the people of this town are your charges. But more than that, they are your people. Your sisters, your brothers, your lovers. So you have a choice. Lay down your sword and watch as they are slaughtered, or take it up and do what is right.
She speaks the truth, you know. This here, it's all we have. It's all that's left.
What we have left is our lives. Do you really want us to lose them as well?
Not if we don't have to. Look, there's a cask under the captain's bunk. Let's talk about this over a drink, eh?
I'm listening.
Yeah, we're gonna get absolutely hammered at the end of the world.
Ah, Clive. I didn't expect help to arrive so quickly. And sought to take matters into my own hands.
It was a noble effort, but I thought you might still need some support.
How like you to consider my needs. What we need to consider is where the
Oh, the awkward cough is from Jill.
The way the
Oh.
survivors speak of them, one would think they appeared out of thin air. And perhaps they did. It's hard to know what to believe these days.
We'll talk to the survivors.
Alright. Well, there should be some enemies in the road for me to test Bahamut out. God, I can actually equip that. That's so gross. I feel like I shouldn't be able to do that, but it's so cool. Oh, so, okay, so I don't have to hold it. Does Mega Flare dodge, like... Oh, it's in a... Oh! Oh, they don't home in on it. It's a range-based thing. So, like... Or more of a radius-based thing. I see. That's how that works. I thought, like, it would go onto the enemy that I'm locked onto. No, it's like... You release the Mega Flare, and then you have a radius that you have a circle on. It's like, oh, you must be within the circle for it to hit the enemies. Okay, I know now.
You're a pikeman, yes? What happened?
I've got family in Moor. I heard the flood was spreading, so I went to see if they were all right. And a pack of them glowing things found me in the meadow. I ran for my life. I never did get to the village.
Leave that to us.
But my family.
Did you see the creatures that attacked you?
Creatures? Yeah, they came out of nowhere. They went for Joseph first, then me, and then they were just gone.
Do you remember where you were?
On the road from Oriflamme. We just passed Moor when... Where's my Joseph?
It's all right.
All right, so we're heading to
Just rest
Moor.
now.
Sounds good.
At least we have an idea of where the thralls might be now. We should head for more.
The two soldiers
Yeah,
were carrying an
I'll try the Bahamut stuff out for a second. It's just I've been using Garuda and Garuda's just perfect for my playstyle, just dragging enemies to me and prepping the combos, you know? Like, again, it's kind of Nero-like, I suppose, because Nero's my favorite of the DMC characters to play around with.
Ready, go?
And actually, the Mega Flare would probably be really good for being surrounded, I suppose. Yeah.
Clive, look.
I see them. With me.
I'm gonna try this with more enemies around that I can actually do things with. I'm guessing upgrading this will probably make it so that it does like more Mega Flare charges.
Save your strength.
Oh, it adds another part to the attack. Cool. There we go. Well, I could have gone more cleanly, but I do believe I've got somewhat of a hang of it. It's just getting used to being able to have different iconic abilities on different icons is going to really trip me up.
There are more.
But man, does it vary at the play style.
But I'd say we've done what we can for the time being.
Then we should let Isabel know.
You have the town's thanks.
Don't thank us yet. There will be more. Many more. And you'll need to be ready for them.
Oh, we shall. Isn't that right, Captain?
Yes, milady. The garrison will be ready.
Philippe here has convinced most of the men to remain at their posts. For now, at least.
Hearing that the Dane would look kindly on any man who committed himself to the task certainly didn't hurt. It's not the most selfless of motives, I'll admit. But whatever it takes, eh? Now me, I never needed convincing. I became a soldier to protect the people I love. And the people I love include the ones standing before me.
Handsome and chivalrous.
I became a literal knight.
Now, if you don't mind, I have sentries to post. Milady.
Tips fedora, walks away, tries to look cool.
Lest you wonder, I'm not foolish enough to believe that this has solved all of my problems. But it has solved one, and that's one fewer than I had this morning. Thank you again, Clive.
Cool. That's done. And now I'm definitely able to get another renowned thing, I think. So that's done. And I haven't actually checked in with Lost Wing. Is it still prepping for a fight or what? Because the last time we left...
Taking you all to a storehouse in the Bales. Leave anything you don't need behind.
Alright, still nothing. I imagine we'll get some kind of side quest that lets us update on that. But yeah, the Bahamut stuff seems neat. It's just, again, seems more geared for like the projectile sort of puppet character type of build as opposed to what I've been doing. Oh, lovely.
Sid, your new companion appears much more formidable than your uncle. Should I be worried? You haven't been introduced.
Jill, Clive has told me much about you.
All lies, I'm sure.
Your Stolas said that Dalamil has a bandit problem.
Indeed. Although, you're a little late. They left with our food and guild days ago. Any idea where they went? The desert's a big place. Your guess is as good as mine. But the fact is, I have more immediate concerns.
What did you say to me? What did you say?
Ah, as if by magic. Let's just say we've yet to reach a consensus about how to solve Dalamil's little problem.
Oh, the crystals, right.
Rate, it won't be the actions of the bandits which prove to be our undoing. It will be our own. I've tried reasoning with the dissenting parties, but even the Desert Hare has limits.
Perhaps we could talk to them.
What makes you think they'll listen to us?
What makes you think they won't?
She makes a fair point, Sid. And you won't have wasted much of your precious time if you fail. They're just across the courtyard. Suppose we just follow the shouting.
Alright, so... probably, like, entitled people being like, we have only so many remaining working crystals.
You wouldn't talk like that if it had been your men whose throats were slit. Blood for
Or
blood.
resources
It's the only
and
way.
other stuff.
We hire mercenaries and have them mount the bandits' heads on our walls as a lesson to the rest.
And what happens when those mercenaries are slaughtered like your men? Are you going to hire more? We're better off using that coin to buy food and supplies. If we hire mercenaries, the only thing we're buying is the bandits' ire. And you cannot fill empty bellies with that. Do you hear me?
But what happens when they come back? Maybe it'll be your throat that's slit.
That's enough. Both of you. Any more of this and I'll throw you out myself. Come back when you're ready to talk like adults.
Now go into the corner and think about your life.
What's he doing here?
Sid. And Lady Jill. What brings you here?
I was about to ask you the same thing.
Costness is in chaos, and the markets have all but ceased to operate. The Briar's Kiss here in Dalamil is the only place I can reliably obtain supplies. I was here to do just that when Master Lubor told me of his troubles. He thought I might be able to talk some sense into these fools. But if you're here, I suppose his patience must be waning.
Who are those people?
Those were the thorns in Lubor's side. And the reason this place might be headed the same way as Costness. It's these accursed skies. The darkness is enough to drive a man to madness. or an entire city for that matter.
We're still working on the skies. But in the meantime, perhaps we can find a solution to Dalamil's problems.
I hope so. For all our sakes.
Alright, so we're probably needing to resolve some internal issues. I thought it'd just fight bandits, but nope.
So, you see my predicament? What I saw was a room full of people who were angry and afraid. And with good reason by the sound of it. But if left to smolder,
yeah.
that anger and fear could set the entire town alight. My thoughts exactly. What to do? Both sides wish to protect their homes and livelihoods, if only they could agree on how. But as long as they are divided, we are vulnerable.
And if there's one thing bandits like, it's an easy target.
What would Sid the Outlaw suggest?
Ice cream party.
Well, if it were my namesake, he'd let them choose for themselves and be on hand to pick up the pieces when it all went wrong.
That sounds like a recipe for disaster.
Yeah. Just let them destroy themselves.
Disaster is precisely what it is. But perhaps that realization would be enough to make them question the ingredients. While it's plain neither Conrad nor Natalie will countenance the other's proposal, it may still be possible to make them doubt their own. Before presenting them with a third option.
And that would be?
To pool our resources and save the city ourselves. Why fight each other?
When all that fear and anger can be directed at the bandits.
Oh. We already have some internal beef with each other in this city. Two factions fighting each other with no sense of resolution. How do we get them to fight? Oh, we make them enemy of my enemy is my friend with bandits. Because surely that's a lasting relationship, because there's always a never-ending stream of bandits.
It appears we have a plan of action. Victor, pay Conrad a visit. See if you can't.
I don't know, I'm not too convinced by the idea of like, oh, we'll just make them hate the bandits more than they hate each other, and it's like, alright, well, I mean, I don't know.
Your faces are not well known in this town. That may prove useful. Don't worry, Victor and I will do most of the talking. You need only play along. Play along?
What he means to say is yes.
Alright, so, yeah, I guess it's just, hey, make them more angry at the bandits than they are at each other, or get rid of the bandits somehow, and...
Your own city guard.
Okay, that's a palm tree. I thought that was a really large enemy for a second, and I was about to feel my stomach sink.
I don't know about that.
Ah, here she is. The Lady of the Spear herself. Conrad, may I introduce you to Jane, commander of the Red Wings, the oldest mercenary guild in the Free Cities.
A pleasure, my lady.
The pleasure is all mine.
As I told you, I summoned the commander here from Canberra to inquire about a contract.
Victor says you told him no. That there aren't any men left to hire. Is that true?
True as the crystals cracked. Nobles came and claimed every last one worth his salt. And not just from us Red Wings. You know of the 7 high houses. There must be 2 swords assigned each one. Granted, we have a few boys left. If it's boys you're looking for.
Well, Conrad, are you saying that Dalamil's finest cannot defend this town better than a gaggle of unblooded striplings? That a band of beardless youths could better avenge the deaths of your brave men than you yourselves?
Absolutely not. We'll show those bastards who they're dealing with.
Did those look like jeans? They probably weren't, but they looked like jeans from that angle.
Candle in the crypt.
Did they have Wrangler jeans in the fantasy times?
Do the talking and not Sid. Well played, my lady.
Alright, so then next we've got Lubor.
My shop.
If I had my pickaxe, I would.
I mean, it may still be
If
possible.
I had my pickaxe, I would have swung it from side to side, side to side, bandits falling apart.
Allow me to introduce Lord Underhill of Randalar's prestigious League of Merchants. Lord Underhill.
Underhill.
At your service.
Underhill.
I was just telling the
Yeah, that was. I'm like, that's a jab or something.
Lamenting the state of the capital's stores.
Lubor says that not only are the granaries almost empty, but that war and the blight mean this season's harvest won't be enough to fill them for winter.
Indeed, certainly that is the case. The nobles in the capital are buying up the cities.
Did you just... I just noticed that Clive kind of tried to put on more of a posh voice talking to her. Like he's sounding... He's trying to sound posh to meet it, and it's like... I noticed that it's less gravelly.
Of barley and wine driving the prices higher than most commoners can afford. It is only a matter of time before the peasants revolt. It is worse than I thought. If what Lord Underhill says is true, I fear we have little hope of supplementing our stores, meager though they regrettably are. And while I applaud your endeavors to dissuade our more bellicose citizens from seeking vengeance, I sense Conrad is not wrong in his assessment of the bandits' likely return. Which means that now, more than ever, we will need to secure what little we still have. Food, weapons, herbs, everything. If our humble town is to endure not only this hardship, but those that are certain to follow, we must stand united.
All right. If it will help to protect my home, I'll do it. But you needn't have gone through this charade.
Yeah, she could tell by Underhill. Underhill, fucking really?
Your performance was nothing if not workmanlike. She saw right through it. I didn't say it was good, merely that it produced the desired effect. Now, my scouts should be returning shortly. Meet me back at the Briar's Kiss, and we shall see what we face.
All right.
I'm not convinced our roles in this ruse were entirely necessary.
I don't know. Conrad seemed quite taken with you.
Mummy, I'm scared.
All right, so I'm gonna assume that this may end up meaning like we end it fighting the bandits.
Good news, Sid. Both Conrad and Natalie have somewhat gracefully accepted their new roles. With time, they may even learn to.
Time no longer appears to be the luxury it was before lunch. I take it your scouts found the bandits. Technically, it would be the bandits who found my scouts. It appears they march for Dalamil as we speak.
Yep.
All of them.
You're not serious.
They don't just want food, they want the whole damn town.
I have a favor to ask. I'm told the bandits march in two groups, one from the south and one from the desert, in a move doubtless intended to stretch our already gossamer-thin defenses. Very well. Jill and I will meet those from the desert. But what of the rest? The rest, my friend, the city shall fight. Together. Mistakes, I concede, are high. But if this does not unite Dalamil, nothing will.
That is a lot of faith to put into those who had their hands around each other's throats but a moment ago.
Then it will be for us to see that their hands are kept occupied. And I do mean us.
I thought you might say that.
We'll hold them off for as
I
long as
do
we
like
can.
a lot of these side characters.
And we will do the same.
They feel very rounded. Quite well rounded. Again, we had that really good moment with Otto that convinced me, like, okay, no, the NPCs here are actually legitimately great characters that just have more history than just, you know, I'm the helmsman or what have you. Okay, I thought that was a staff.
It's all yours.
You're finished.
I'm gonna just try a 1, see how much damage it does. Okay, so just the 1 does not last as long and probably doesn't do as much damage, but it is good to know that I have the option. Fun. The Sultan. Hello. There we are. So let's see. There was these 3, and then there's the spot that we got to for the Dominion, but we didn't receive a quest from them, so they should be okay, I think.
Could they have held out?
Maybe.
I don't hear any fighting. What do you think?
That we should hurry.
Hey, they resolved it. Goody. I think.
Natalie, I owe you an apology. You did well out there. The inn would have been lost had you not held the line.
Without you, there would have been no line to hold. You saved us, Conrad. You saved Dalamil.
We all saved Dalamil.
Conrad seems to have had a change of heart.
I'd say they both have.
I take it from your presence that our visitors from the desert won't be joining us either. Pity.
The plan worked, Sid. Granted, it only took an army of bloodthirsty bandits at our gate.
Calm now, Victor. Why quibble over the details? We are united, and that is all that matters. As for you, Sid, you fight considerably better than you act. I'll take that as a compliment.
All right. And that's done. Yeah, still no shot in hell that I could reach the level 40 even. At least not right now.
Our friends seem to have things under control. For now, at least.
Alright. So let's head back here. Yeah, that dragon hunt's probably gonna end up staying a bit far away from the line compared to most of the other quests I've been doing. Another missive, okay.
Did you see the pair that got pulled into time?
Okay, hold on. Actually, I'm gonna check.
What do I owe the honor?
Can I upgrade anything?
Sancthornian, do you?
Nothing I have has been improved in been a big improvement in terms of armor or anything. It's just nothing.
Fine.
So yeah, and then we've got the thing from Wade in Rosalith. The Guard and League have put aside their differences for the time being, allowing us all to sip our snake spit in relative leisure. For that, I would hazard we have your better half to thank. She put on quite the performance. As for yours, well, from one aspiring thespian to another, might I suggest working on your delivery, and your projection, and those stiff limbs of yours, and with your countenance, and, well, everything else. We wouldn't want to do the name Underhill a disservice now, would we? Clive, you have the town's thanks for helping rid us of the thralls, but we are neither of us so naive to think that we've seen the end of their like. Good Philippe has taken the scene that we are prepared should the ghouls come once again calling. But I oft worry the rank of captain has begun to weigh heavy upon his shoulders. Just as I imagine the same might be said of you and your burdens. But remember, should the weight ever become too much, you needn't stand alone. Our hearts and arms remain ever open, as do the Vale's doors. As do my legs. You have the uncanny talent of showing up where you're most needed, my lord. Without your steel, I fear the rest would be in the hands of the Akashic, and us but more of their nameless numbers. However, with the Horde now both thinned and fractured, we Guardians can focus our efforts on putting down the smaller packs without worrying of being overwhelmed, while Martha's blood axes can return to defending the Tor. As for young Oscar, you will forgive my sudden request for taking him under your wing. He is a good man, attentive, polite, hard-working. So as you can see, he has already learned everything he can from me. He would do well to continue esquiring until under a more worthy shield. And the realm has none more worthy than you. Guardians are getting along with the axes fine enough, working to shore up the rest's walls when not clearing out a few threats remain down in the reeds. Or what few threats remain down the reeds. Though chances are we'd still be neck deep in Akashic had you not given that horde your firm but gentle nudge. I know you've a realm to save and all, but if you ever need a quick reviver, come see us and we'll tap you a cask. Please, Oh, you're on tap a cask at the pub? Hey, we're gonna talk about all this. What's all this then? Hope you're not having trouble here at the pub. Someday I'd actually like to go to the UK the UK to try a proper British pub.
Did you see the pair that got
Like just a proper like pub experience. Although I don't know, I'm not really sure what a proper pub experience is though. Is it just like
Did you see that?
the people all just like crowd around the bar watching football? Because I've only been to like some Irish pubs like in the US and like once in Sweden. So I'm not really sure what the experience is like.
Turn up. Had owls from all our friends thanking you for your timely intervention. How is it you always manage to arrive at just the right moment?
Luck, I suppose.
Also a bit of fast travel. We managed to be there right in time.
Let's see. Storm's still crying out for mother crystals. The nations are still in chaos. And the skies are still the colour of a kick in the kidneys 2 days on. So...
Right.
Sky's still the color of a kick in the kidneys. Huh. That's one I haven't heard before.
We knew this was going to happen. Well, not the bleeding skies part, but you take my point. Now's not the time to second guess yourself. Now's the time to visit the infirmary.
Yay! Okay, Joshua can finally explain fucking Ultima, how he's alive. Alright, let's do this. Oh yeah, Dion's still here. So he's alive. Dion didn't die.
Not Sylvester, but Olivier, who served as Ultima's puppet. And when Dion learned of this, he sought to slay the fiend. Only for his father to take the spear that would have freed him. Enough to drive a man to madness.
Small wonder he hasn't stirred. I would be afraid to wake.
Had I but reached out to him sooner, warned him of the threat Ultima posed. But now, both an empire and her prince lie broken.
Joshua. What do you know of Ultima?
How in the bloody hell did you survive? Like that's the thing that I'm curious about too.
I'm afraid. Despite my best efforts. 18 years ago, as I lay buried beneath the rubble of Phoenix Gate, it was not death who came for me, but another. And it was while in my rescuer's care, I first heard of Ultima. I've been chasing his shadow ever since. Ultima is driven by some deep, dark purpose, and for whatever reason, it would seem you are crucial to his designs. He will stop at nothing to have you, even if that means toppling an empire.
But why me? What possible use could I be to such a creature?
I mean, I'm just somebody with a really slutty waist and an open shirt.
That have eluded me. Yet, I am certain of this. It is not mere chance. You were chosen for a reason. All dominants carry within them the might of an icon. Nigh limitless power that is at once acutely limited. I wield fire, and only fire.
And I only ice. 8 wardens for 8 elements.
And somehow Clive can keep absorbing, and he's a second dominant of fire.
You are different. You're special. Your abilities begin with the flames of Ifrit. But they do not end there. The fact Ifrit can even exist goes against everything we thought we knew of dominance. Perhaps Ultima has been waiting for one such as you, whose potential is truly limitless.
I've encountered that thing several times now. If it or he, as you say, needs me, why hasn't he claimed me as he did the boy?
Were I to hazard a guess, I'd say the two of you are somehow incompatible. His mind not properly attuned to your body.
His mind.
Mind, awareness, spirit, call it what you wish. But I believe Ultima to be an embodiment of the concept. This is why I struggle and fail to contain him here inside me.
Sorry. Inside you.
With every setting sun, I feel my strength wane. And though the Phoenix's flames mend the prison I have made for Ultima, they do so at a cost. We must find a means to bring an end to him before I meet my own.
What were you thinking?
It was that or let him take Clive. And I've always had a soft spot for my brother.
But that doesn't mean you should sacrifice yourself to save me.
Joshua. Clive, it's Gav. There's an army of Akashic at the gates of Canver.
Okay. So Joshua doesn't know a whole ton about Ultima. All right.
Well, what's the short of it?
Thought Ty had told you. The capital of the Free Cities is under siege by an army of monstrosities. The city guard are doing their best to stem the tide, but numbers ain't on their side.
What of Lord Byron and Mid? Were they able to escape?
No, but they're all right for now. They're hiding with Gav at midship.
We have to get them out of there.
And we shall. Otto, prepare a Stolas. Tell Gav to stay exactly where he is.
Understood.
Vivian, what's the swiftest route to the Free Cities?
That sounds like a question for the map. Look here. This road, through Tabor, should provide the least trouble.
Good.
Yeah, the word there is should, though.
Tabor is exactly where I'm bound.
Joshua, bed is where you should be bound.
You don't think I told him the exact same thing?
Oh, is Joshua
Ty,
joining
not
us?
Such a talented healer. I would surely have been inclined to agree. But thanks to her ministrations, I feel I may safely rejoin my attendant, who was to wait for me in Tabor if we became separate.
Please tell me he gets to join us. I want to have Joshua in our party.
We travel together.
Yay!
If he stays close to me, he'll be fine.
Thank you, brother.
Oh, that's fantastic. Oh, we get to have him in. Oh, new quest available nearby. Oh, okay. Side quest explosion. Oh, a lot of side quests. Holy shit. Is it not just here? Oh no, there's more Huns too. Oh god.
How are you doing?
Hello there. Would you like to see what kind of quests we've got? I don't really have any tasks.
Seen enough?
Alright, what are the other huntings that you've got for me? 2 more. Well, technically this one, and then the pack. Okay. Fields of south of Tabor, Dalmatia.
Oh, I wasn't expecting.
Anything to get from the renown? No.
All done?
Oh man, we have a lot of side quests here. Alright, so let's check with you first.
Seems the hideaway has lost it.
Here, you put me in this situation, Clive. You can bloody well get me out of it. I need a hand with a recipe.
Are you sure it's me you're looking for? I'm not much of a cook.
I'm all the cook will be needing, thank you very much. What I want from you is a little of your time, right? Oh, and perhaps your sword. You remember Ivan's stew, right? Well, despite the look of the thing, and that awful stench, people wolf it down. So I thought I'd try making one of these supposed masterpieces myself. Had a peek at the book and gave it a go, but, well...
It wasn't as straightforward as you'd hoped. Yvonne had the same problem.
Yeah, but this is my blimmin' kitchen, and I will not be outdone. So if you don't want to be seen as playing favourites, I suggest you lend me a hand.
Oh god, what's this? What is this stain? You call this chocobo steak? You call this chocobo steak? I've had Lego tires with better texture than this.
I've never been one to play favourites, Molly. And I would be only too happy to lend you a hand. So, what's on the menu this time?
A fried mortress of skyworm. That's one heck of a name, innit? Recipe seemed easy enough to an old hand like myself. Thought I'd followed it to a T. Only, turns out skyworm livers and drake's mint are not what I thought they were. At least I hope they're not, given the rancid mess they made.
Yvonne said the recipes in the culinary pilgrimage date back centuries. Who's to say the ingredients even exist anymore?
Wow. That's a question for a scholar, wouldn't you say? Perhaps you know of one? Kindly old fella who haunts the shelves, maybe?
Fine. I'll go and speak to Harpocrates. Perhaps he'll know something. And if he does, I'll see if I can find your ingredients for you.
You do that. Lest we forget, you've got a reputation to uphold.
All right. I'll get like 3 of them put on.
Sid, perhaps you can help me solve a mystery.
I can certainly try. Who's gone missing this time?
It's not who, but what. Mid's scales, the ones she made for her workshop. I borrowed them to teach the little ones about weight, and shortly after the lesson, well, they vanished. My first thought was that they'd taken them off somewhere to play, but when I asked, they swore they had nothing to do with their having disappeared. Which almost certainly means they had everything to do with it.
Perhaps a visit from
Scales?
Sid.
No, no. Weight's just a concept. This is a witch hunt.
I think it just might. Thank you. I don't like to imagine that my pupils would lie to me. But if they have, I'll have no choice but to discipline them accordingly. They were in the atrium when I last saw them. As always.
I'm not gonna prioritize that one.
Lawsman Harpocrates. I've come to pick your brain if you don't mind. It's about the book you lent Yvonne.
Valisthea, a culinary pilgrimage, a classic. One of my favorites.
This man sounds like he would narrate a bunch of National Geographic documentaries. I almost said documentaries.
Such marvels in due course.
That's actually why I'm here. I don't suppose you know where I might find skyworm livers and drake's mint.
So the fabled Sandbrequois delicacy is next on the menu. Delightful. The descriptions of fried mortress never fail to make my mouth water. Now, skyworm is a somewhat antiquated name for the wyvern, their ground livers being the paste from which the mortress is made.
Dragon livers. How very Sandbrequois.
One would have thought the disciples of Bahamut would have a touch more reverence for their icon's brethren, but apparently not. I believe the specific dragon the recipe demands is the blueback wyvern, said to be the very color of the sea beside which it resides.
So we know where to look for our liver. But what about the drake's mint?
Saint's bonnet in contemporary parlance, a herb which grows along the North Reach coast. I gather that one can locate the cheerful yellow flowers by their heady scent alone, so I'm sure you'll have no trouble finding them. I may add that people once believed game was best served with the flora that sustained it in life, in which regard fried mortress of skyworm is undoubtedly a typical dish of the time.
Meaning that if I find one, I find the other. To Northreach, then.
Best of luck, Clive.
All right.
And do save me a bite once the dish is complete.
So we got that. Then we gotta talk to the kids to be like, hey, where did you put the thing, the scale?
Seems the hideaway is lost.
Probably would have figured out other possible toys to play with in a scale. Alright, well, let's talk to Goots.
gonna do?
Oh, I can ask him about the skies. I reckon these skies are enough to give anyone the collywobbles, but I'm not gonna sit around hanging my head and twiddling my thumbs. Did enough of that back in Twinside when you were busy fighting that horrible dragon, and then that was even horribler one.
But no more.
From now on, I'm not gonna do what you lot do. I'm gonna do what you lot do, and properly pull my finger out, no matter how much my knees are knocking. Can't have Nan and Blackthorn thinking I'm a great big wet blanket now, can I? So don't worry about me. You just stick to what you do best, saving the world. Well, that was really bad.
Yeah, you couldn't,
That was a really bad one.
Never mind.
That was a really bad impression of Goots.
We're all gonna die! You hear me? What do you reckon we should do?
Oh, they broke. I fucking figured they'd break it.
Sid! Hard at your studies, I see. And what is that? It's not a set of scales, is it?
No. Of course it isn't.
Well, not anymore, it's not. Oh!
And just how long hasn't it been one?
We're sorry.
But we didn't break them. We dismembered them.
Just like Miss Mididol showed us.
Miss Mididol? And why would she have you dismembering her creations?
Because that's the only way to become a ninja-neer.
Miss Mididol said, the best way to see how something works is to take it apart and put it back together again.
Well then, your work is already half done. Carry on.
About that.
The taking apart was easy enough, but it's the putting back we can't work out.
Speak for yourself. The heavy thing goes at the bottom. Then...
You three need to learn to take responsibility for your actions. So let's have a look at these parts with fresh eyes, shall we?
I'm gonna help build this back up.
All right. Everything here was once part of Miss Mididol's scales. Every piece has its own role to play, and each is just as important as the others. If even one of them is missing, the scales won't work. So let's think about what those roles might be. You already know one of the pieces, the body. Its role is to support everything else. But what of the others?
The arm.
This is called the arm. Why do you suppose that is? It doesn't look much like an arm.
You're right. It looks more like a wing. Like a chocobo wing!
You've ridden a chocobo before, haven't you, Sid? Will you teach me to ride one day?
I'll think about it. Now, what do arms do?
Hold things. So wait, maybe this arm holds things too?
Good thinking. You're on the right track.
What's that wheel for, though? What's the gear for?
This tiny piece is what's called a cogwheel, or gear. Have you ever seen one before?
I have. Miss Mididol's dungeon is full of them. Most are on the floor.
She puts them in all her inventions. They spin round and round and round and round and...
That's right. They're very useful when you want to make things move. Do you remember if there was anything on the scales that moved?
I remember the arm moved when I tried weighing an apple. And then somebody ate it.
It's not my fault. You shouldn't have tried weighing it before lunch.
We know what part's supposed to move and how it's supposed to move. So, let's put the pieces together first, see what doesn't move, and then stick the cogwheel to that.
Not a bad idea. You see? It's not so difficult.
And then we've got the like plate things, the pans.
These round parts are called the pans. You all know what a pan is, don't you?
I do. Molly uses them in the kitchens to fry bangers. But
Bangers, for those that don't know, are
bangers
sausages.
Just
Saying that now.
But what if I wanted to weigh Goots? Don't think he'd fit on that little thing.
Probably not.
What are the chains for? Holding the pans up?
Well spotted. Which means something must hold the chains up in turn. So, now that we've taken stock of the parts and learned what they do, what do you think?
I think we've got it.
Then here's what we'll do. You tell me what goes where, and I'll put the scales together.
Well, obviously you need to start with the body. All the other pieces fit onto it, don't they?
And the arms go on the body, just like real arms. Or wings, if you're a chocobo. And then the arms hold the pans by the chains.
Very good.
And then it just,
see if
but
that
then like the
works.
noises start like going into drilling and then
All finished.
soldering. And you see Clive like take a soldering mask and put it on.
Yes.
To
We did it.
or welding mask,
Well,
whichever.
with Sid's help.
Oh, I just put the pieces together. It was you three engineers who showed me how.
That's right. We're Miss Mididol's hairs.
Her hairs?
Huh?
Yeah. Hairs for the future.
Heirs.
She's showing us her secrets
Oh.
now, so we can help out the hideaway when we're older.
What do you think, Sid? Are we almost ready?
With a little more help from Miss Mididol and Miss Shirley, I'd say it won't be long at all.
You hear that? It won't be long.
Until then, though, do try to be honest with Miss Shirley.
Hey, look! We never used the cogwheel.
You don't think Sid forgot about it, do you?
The fucking scowl from them is funny. Alright, then we can talk to Goots once we get this, get to talk to the tutor. Yeah, tutor. Okay, so. Alright. Oh, that's where! Fucking finally, I know where I can go from that. So this probably means that the... enemies I'm meant to fight are probably near that area. This is a really nice track. Soken's, like, I can see what people mean when they say Soken's a legend with music. Kind of makes me want to listen to some Final Fantasy XIV music just to see, like, what else, like, the other godlike tracks he's done.
Well, did you solve the mystery?
It was as you thought. The children had the scales, or the parts of them at least. They dismantled them to see how they worked.
Oh, no, Mid will have my head.
Thankfully she won't. This might even have been her idea. Although I was the one who ended up teaching the lesson.
I'm so sorry, Sid. I know how busy you are. I shall see that the children are properly punished.
Please, there's no need. Mid seems to have taken the three of them under her wing. She's even calling them her heirs. She'd have them follow in her footsteps. And her father's.
I see. Sid, do you know why Mid has been spending so much time at the hideaway of late?
She told me it was because her studies have been interrupted by events in Canva. Is that not true?
No, it isn't. The university offered her a commission. In exchange for full tuition, room and board, they asked her to oversee the design of several new war engines. To anyone else it would be an opportunity, but to Mid, who lost both her parents to war, it was a bitter pill. One she was none too keen to swallow. But that should come as no surprise. She's only ever cared about bringing people hope. The very last thing war can be said to do.
Which explains her heirs.
Ah, okay.
She's working to give them a better life. And so should I. What's the odd engineering lesson?
Oh, you've given them far more than that. And I'm sure they're very grateful.
And there we are. Oh, halfway towards a level. We're getting there. We'll get it. I think I've got plenty of sellables too, like guild bugs and other things. So I might check that too.
The hideaway is lost its
Still alive, are ya?
Fallen iron. No. 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 Here we go.
I reckon I can find a buyer. You got out else? I'll be thankful you got that much.
We're getting pretty high in money. I need to be able to spend on more stuff. Probably buy music from the other villages.
Clive, if you're gonna buy something, be quick about it. And how were you gonna carry all that? You'll break your back stuffing all that in your satchel.
Wait, did I really? Wait, I have limited inventory space for orchestrated music?
Come again.
That doesn't feel
Or
right.
don't. I'm not much bothered either way.
Is everything all right, Goots? You seem more discomposed than usual.
Oh, I don't know what that means, but I'm in a bit of a muddle. Oh, I think Nan might be in trouble, and she's...
It's all right. You can tell me.
There was a trader came by. One of our usuals, like. Said he'd heard some rotten rumours about her down Dallimil Way. Folk are saying she's been selling to bandits and cutthroats and that. I mean, she's fond of a chance to make a coin or two, aye, but she'd never do business with baddies. Especially not the kind who go hurting people who haven't done out. I wanted to ask her about it myself, but I'm scared she'll give us a tongue lashing. She'd never give your tongue a lashing, though, would she?
Don't worry. I'll speak to her.
Damn it, I wish he voiced that line.
Thanks, Clive. You'll let me know what she says, won't you?
That would have been funny to hear.
Of course. I'm sure it's all just a misunderstanding.
Alright, well, I need to go to Northreach to handle... Oh, I can't go to... I can't. I just straight up can't. Okay. So I have to go through the echoes and everything.
Lady Karen. How's business?
Not nearly as foul as the weather.
You're doing good trade then? Both in and out of the hideaway?
Can't complain. Wait. What exactly are you getting at? Not once in 5 long years do you pay my affairs half a care. But here you are today, raking me over the coals like a bloody popoto.
Popoto?
Asking.
What's a popoto? Is that in... Okay, is that a Final Fantasy thing or is that a British thing? Hold on.
I'm here because I was told that certain rumors have been circulating about you selling weapons to brigands.
Oh. Ah, yeah.
The Maori word
And who
for a
was it who
dolphin
knows
is
me so well as
papato.
to tell tales of my evil exploits.
I
So
didn't exactly
nosy
hear
like a dolphin?
firsthand. All I know
Huh.
is that someone in Dallimil has been spreading word to that effect.
And what? You believe it? You think I'm profiting off the blood of innocents, do you? Look, I've done things I'm not proud of. Might be there were a time when I turned a blind eye to the wretchedness of the world so I could line my pocket. But that woman is no more. And you'd know that if you'd ever paid the slightest bit of notice.
You're right, Lady Karen. I apologize. It was wrong of me to doubt you.
No, it was. Now, I reckon you've got better things to do than pointing your do-gooding finger at a poor old woman.
Of course. Good day.
Alright, so I gotta tell Goots, hey, Goots, don't worry. She's too cool. Karen's cool.
I spoke with Lady Karen.
What did she say?
That the rumors were unfounded, and that I was a fool for thinking they might hold any truth, along with some other things that made her feelings clear. And while it sounds like she may have done things she regretted in her past, she says those days are behind her.
Oh, well, that's good. I knew Nan wasn't caught up in out bad. But why would people say she was? What did she ever do to them? It's not right.
It's called Twitter discourse, Goots.
It's not. But people do things for all sorts of reasons. Perhaps we'll never know.
Well, I'm going to find out. That trader, he said they were all talking about her in Dalimil. So that's where I'm going. I'll find someone who'll tell me, you'll see.
Are you sure that's wise? Whoever's spreading these rumors means Karen ill.
Oh, right. But that's why you'll be coming with me, isn't it, Clive?
I suppose it is.
Alright, might as well do that. But sadly, we can't do any of that because of the fact that I can't travel over. I also remembered that I've got a whole ass thing of quests in my... a potentially whole ass thing of quests in my room. Alright, what do we got? What have we got here? Okay, thank God, just one. I apologize for this sudden and untoward gesture. Circumstances have forced me to seek immediate aid, and there is none other to whom I may turn. Your most esteemed Lord Uncle has presented me with a task most vexing, and I fear I am wholly unable to perform to his vaulted expectations, namely due to a marked lack of martial aptitude on my part. To wit, I am but a manservant, not a mercenary. While I maintain the fitness ample to attend to the needs of a manor, to attending of bandits in back alleys, I am sorely ill-equipped. If it please you, my lord, prithee come and see me at Martha's Rest, where I shall proceed to explain my predicament in full.
Rutherford. Wasn't that the name of my uncle's manservant? Why would he be at Martha's Rest?
Smooth like oh, that's funny. That's a cute little pun. Alright, well, we can't really do these until we progress the main story, so... let's just do this then. Central Dalmekia. Oh, Torgal. God, he's actually here. We have Joshua in the party. So strange.
It's like a dream. The four of us out walking like we used to.
Enjoying this, are you? Gav and the others could be in danger as we speak.
You're right. I'm sorry. Yote is a fine scout. If Canville was attacked, she will already have begun gathering information.
I'm gonna see what's over to the right here.
We should pick up the pace.
All right.
Oh, Anonymous, thank you for the tier 2 gifted sub to Lilith Vanille. Holy shit. The alert scared me. You deserve that. Thank you, Anonymous, for that gifted stuff. Oh, wow, tier 2. Oh, thank you. Ooh. Wow, thank you so much. It's on the generosity's really appreciated. You didn't have to do that. Thank you. Thank you so much. Wow. Wow. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really do honestly appreciate a lot of the support that's been given on the channel. You know, I've said it before, but I never really expected this little hobby to get to where it is now. So to experience this kind of generosity and support really means a lot, honestly. Because I'm just a dude that's playing video games, and, you know, just thank you. Just thank you. That was, God, that blindsided me. Thank you so much. Wow. And yeah, tier 2, holy shit. Thank you so much. This round of attacks on... Hold on, I'm gonna do a cool move for a reward. Hold on, let me see if I can get a full... Damn it, I don't think I can. Alright. I know exactly what I'll do to thank you. As soon as I can, I'm gonna give another attempt. I'm gonna give an attempt at one of the hunts. I may end up trying for the dragon again before I end the stream, because I doubt I'll be able to reach another high point in the story. But for you, Anonymous Gifter, I'll be willing to give it another go once I get the side quest done and level up a little bit. I'll try another go at the dragon for you. Because seriously, like, thank you. All right, let's actually see what's over this way.
The ruins to cross the ravine.
Assuming they will allow it, the Echoes have a will of their own.
But you know, Josh, Clive, like, yes, dire circumstances and everything, but your brother hasn't really gotten to talk to you much in 18 years. Ow. And then... Man, this Berserker ring is easily the best idea I think I've had as far as equipment is concerned. Like, this thing has been just instrumental for me. God, I'm so happy I can mix and match icon skills now. It's so nice. Satisfying as shit. I love this combat. It's so good. Please, please tell me that's better than what I have. New equipment, for love of God. Is it better? Finally, something better. Oh. Ring of the Marksman. Increase the will damage of magic by 10%. Do I want to get rid of Increase combo damage by... Nah, I think I'll stick with what I've got. But yeah, it's like Clive asking what's so special about him when Joshua's on the talking to him. It's like, my dude, you're absorbing icon powers. You're clearly something weird if you're able to pull that off. Like, although, okay, so my judgment on what Ultima's deal may be is that Ultima wants to essentially create a world of logic and reason as opposed to, you know, human emotion, because human emotions can vary in terms of what people end up doing in the heat of a moment. Like, kind of like when Clive's mom was cartoonishly evil. You know, it's like, yeah, Ultima just wants to do that because they're like, it's truly a folly that humans become so easily tamed because of their emotions or something like that. Is that the same Ultima from 8? Shit, I don't have the... Can I check the lore? No. Primogenesis? A spell oh, that's from Ultima, not the Mother Crystals. Oh. A spell cast by Ultima that casts a roiling path over all Valisthea. The unbalance in the ether that resulted not only sapped the potency of crystals and magic in those lands that remained livable, but filled the rest not only with his glowing thralls, but with his aether floods, turning men and beasts into mindless, merciless Akashic. I don't know about the Final Fantasy VIII stuff, as I have not played 8. How's it going? Things are going good. I guess that settles it. Yeah, possibly. Things are going good, gamer. Just, going through some of this. I got my ass handed to me in one try, or in one shot by a level 50 dragon when I'm level 39. My own fault, but I was like, I'll give it a try, see how it goes. But it was like no chance. I died immediately. So when I level up again sometime before the end of the stream, I might give it a go. Who knows, maybe if I'm about 10 levels behind, I won't bite the dust as hard. Yeah, we now have the powers of a laser dragon on our side. So a lot has gone on in the story. It's been really good though. Like I have been enthralled from the events of the story, like glued to my chair practically. Only thing I'm missing is just some popcorn, you know. And also, the main character's brother turns out to have been alive this whole time. And yeah, Ultima is sealed inside of Joshua right now because there was an event in the story where Ultima would have taken over Clive's body, but Joshua stopped that, being like, I will imprison you in my fire. And the fire sealed inside of Joshua. So right now we're just kind of picking up the pieces of things, as it were, and trying to make sure things aren't falling apart as the world is ending. Besides that, things have been going fine. Just as I mentioned earlier, I did my summer Steam sale purchases and got some games that I've been intrigued about, and other games that have been recommended to me. And yeah, I was glad to finally get that done. Ow. I just got a message. I'll respond to it in a second, because... so, WillofGame has also been playing Final Fantasy XVI, and she has been really adoring it. I imagine she's probably almost caught up to where I am at right in the story. A little past fighting giant bees now. Yeah. Oh yeah. We're now at the point of fighting ancient golems of past technology that somehow seems more advanced than what we currently have, or what the characters currently have in the context of the narrative. We have actual dragons. Todd Howard must have been feeling very generous upon the gifting of the rights of using dragons. And yeah, just in general, shit's getting crazy. Like, the game's been topping every boss fight encounter I've had, both in terms of the hunting as well as in the story, considering we fought Bahamut in the actual atmosphere of the planet earlier, as like a fusion between Phoenix and Ifrit. It was insanity. Like, that somehow topped fighting an actual mountain in the form of Titan earlier. So now I'm like, what are they gonna do for Odin? Like, because I imagine at some point I'll gain Jill's icon abilities of Shiva. So what the fuck are they gonna do for Odin? I swear there's a fantastic fanatic of the history channel involved in every JRPG's plot planning. Technology always devolves over time. Possibly, like a weird sort of reset.
I do. Where are you off to now then? Bound for the Free Cities, perhaps? Oh, no need to say if you'd rather not. We all have our reasons. Ain't exactly feeling like sharing with strangers myself at the mo.
Isn't that a bit rude to walk away? Come now. But yeah, I assume maybe it's just the idea of, like, a weird sort of intrigue. Right? More quests? I can't take on any more quests. I'll come back to you later. But, yeah, the events of the story definitely have gotten, very intense and, I guess, melancholic now.
Then we'll just have to be careful.
But yeah, part of the problem about Ultima's spell is that now these, like, ether hazes are around and causing plants and animals and people to go a little crazy. Go a little silly, goofy, go a little goblin mode, as it were. And that includes chocobos. That just doesn't look right. Like, when you have a mascot character that becomes crazy and you need to fight them, it just feels wrong. Like, it feels like when you hear of Pokemon dishes in the Pokemon games. It's like, no, that doesn't feel right, you know? Bonk! There we go. Ow. Okay, so let's gather some resources here. Because I can't fast travel to other areas of the world without going through this part of the story, so I have to do this. And once I get these 3 quests underway and finished, I'll help that winded soldier, like that dying soldier over by the road. Hey, I know you're probably dealing with some internal bleeding, possibly some broken ribs, but I I've got like 3 quests queued up, like 4 including the main story. So if you could hold on for a minute, that'd be fantastic. But I guess that's kind of the funny nature of quests sometimes.
Have you been to Tabor before?
There are a few places I haven't.
Tabor. Oh, cool, it's built into the walls.
There is a residence just inside the city gates.
Ooh, this is cool. I like it.
Here, take a look at my wares.
I'll buy this.
Of course.
And I'll buy that.
Anything else? Go safely.
Yeah, I imagine this game's lore is probably one of the easiest to keep track of. In fact, I remember watching a podcast that didn't have any spoilers of this, but this game has a lot of little things about it that reminded them of Final Fantasy XIV because it's by the same people. Which is weird to think that an action role-playing game as polished and really well done as this came from the team that did Final Fantasy XIV, which is an MMO. You know, I mean, granted they had a lot of combat designers from Capcom that also came on to help, but it's needless to say though, it's really cool that this game has turned out as strongly as it has. But but what they said on the podcast was like, this active time lore situation here, this is something that people would really want for the MMO, because the MMO has a lot of like terms and people and geography and mythology that really could have used a bit of help in terms of like getting people in without making them feel like they're watching like they just woke up to a National Geographic documentary whilst like, I don't know, they were like passed out drunk or something, like half hungover, half in a sleepy stupor, being like, the fuck is ether? Why do they call planets stars? What?
Here's the scraps you were after.
Thanks.
All right.
My Lord Marquis, it is an honor. I am Yote, Knight of the Undying, charged with the protection of His Grace Joshua Rosfield, Keeper of the Flame of the Phoenix.
Of course. It all makes sense now.
What?
Would you care to elaborate?
Yeah, please.
The Undying are loyal servants to the ducal throne. Or more specifically, to its heir. They have served our family for generations, albeit from the shadows.
Since their inception.
Hold on. Is there anything for... Yep, there we go. See, this is what I'm talking about. Like, just having something up within a cutscene that you get to learn more about really helps with lore digestion. It's weird to call it digestion, but really that's what it is. It's like... It's a supplement, as it were. It's very nice and supplementary and helps you sort of figure out, like, okay, this is the web of things that we've got. A secretive order who serve the Lords of Rosaria from the shadows. They revere the mighty Phoenix and its dominant, and once presides over the rites of the ancestral communion at Phoenix Gate. Few outside the order know of its existence, even among the highest-ranking members of Rosarian nobility. And to this very day, with Rosaria reduced to a mere imperial province, they continue to serve the rightful Keeper of the Flame, His Grace Joshua Rosfield.
They have been tasked with the preservation and enactment of the rites of ancestral communion. After the events at Phoenix Gate, it was the Undying who delivered me to safety. And since the day I left Rosaria, Yotei has been my constant companion and protector. Without her sword, I would not have survived my journey across the realm.
Rise, Lady Yotei. You saved my brother. I owe you a debt I can never repay.
I but did my duty.
Come now. Tell us what you've discovered.
Your Grace. It is as you feared. The vessel we spied off the coast of the Crystalline Dominion on the night of her fall. It was the Einherjar. Beyond any doubt.
The Black Galleon.
Joshua, the Einherjar is the Royalists' flagship. What business would they have in the Dominion?
Upon learning of Waloed's involvement in recent events at Drake's Fang, I sensed the malign influence of Ultima, and bid Yotei and the Undying look into the matter.
We have reason to believe that the Black Galleon weighed anchor shortly after the fighting began, and set a course due south.
For Canva. Then it is Waloeda knights who besiege the cities.
What is left of them, yes. And the Black Galleon sails at but one man's behest. Barnabas Tharm.
All right. So yeah, I mean the Empire's gone. The Republic is gone. Rosalith's been gone. And the Iron Kingdom are kind of doing their own thing. So I guess also gone. So all that's left is Waloed to just be like, ah yes, we're just gonna swoop in and take it all up. I know, we're a rich council, the hell.
Safe here in the Agora. The city guard have been paid, if that's what you're implying.
All the more reason for them to run.
Well, you are free to leave, Lord Minister.
Markets abandoned, warehouses aflame, blackened hulls choking every port in the capital. Canva is ruined.
Oh, no, this is Kenver, not Waloed.
Is on the brink of chaos.
Hold on. All right, so this is in the area that Mid's supposed to be in.
Think about his commerce.
Forgive us. We were not aware Dhalmekia now subsisted on charity.
How dare you?
Distinguished members of the Council, you must forgive His Majesty this intrusion.
What is the meaning of this?
A trifle crowded, but I fear it will have to serve, my liege.
Very well.
My colleagues, do you not see? The king, he has come to save us from the Akashic. He is a gift from the heavens, divine intervention, our very salvation.
And of course, if it is compensation he requires, we would be most willing to negotiate a fair price for services rendered.
Fools. Your ignorance unbecomes you.
Your Majesty, correct me if I'm wrong.
but I would swear that the fiends washing the cobbles of Canva with the blood of her citizens wear the colors of Waloed. Ha! So you do not deny it. Guards, fetter them, and see our guests to the dungeons!
Enough.
Oh, that's... Oh! Oh, God, I want her to have Odin's now. Fucking... Oh!
That you should imagine yourselves worthy of salvation. The girl is still here, somewhere in the city. Her consciousness fair dripping with her late father's hubris.
So they're after Mid.
A consciousness to which Mythos is inextricably bound and inexorably drawn. See that he is made welcome.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Come, Mythos. Surely the prince's light cannot have sated you.
So he's doing this all to lure Clive to Ultima. What the fuck is he getting out of it? I mean, part of me is kind of getting what he might be getting, but...
So then, how long has Waloed been under Ultima's control?
How long indeed? Based on what we know of Barnabas's actions, I would guess some few years.
I think my controller's done charging by now.
But to what end? What does Ultima want?
The tapestry. Show them.
This is a full $100 tapestry commission. I imagine Barnabas probably wants some kind of like weird comfort stuff, considering the cutscene we saw him in prior. Ugh.
By the flame.
Oh, this one.
Phoenix Gate, Drake's Breath, and now here. But what is it?
It is old, ancient, even. Naught remains of the faith it represents, save what can be gleaned from the image itself. None could tell me what the one in the apothecary meant, even the Undying. But I believe it may be the key to discerning Ultima's purpose. That figure in the center, the one beneath whom the icons congregate, that I believe to be Ultima. He is a god, or at least godlike. His very existence beyond our ken. The icons, and by extension their dominance, are meant to be his subjects, and while some, like Barnabas, have accepted this role, others have rejected it, like you, Clive, which is rather inconvenient, as it appears he needs you most of all. And gods don't like to be disobeyed.
Yeah.
I don't suppose they do.
Never historically. Otherwise, one turns into a swan and boinks
May
you.
I tell Yote of the lake?
By all means.
Yote, I will be accompanying my brother to the Free Cities. Whilst we are afield, I would have you watch over those Clive has made his wards. Omielos delan tuisag ilith. Though well concealed, the hideaway lacks trained fighters to defend its occupants should they be discovered.
But it is my duty to...
As it has ever been my brother's duty, remember.
So is she like a Stolas?
If that is your wish, Your Grace.
Okay. Zinguine, you were asking, you're asking about Ultima? This is Ultima. This is what they look like. The otherworldly being behind much of the tragedy and turmoil that has plagued Valisthea. He means to claim Clive as his vessel, Mythos, by purging his will strengthened by the ties of consciousness that bind Clive with others. He unleashes primogenesis upon the world, shrouding it in darkness and turning thousand Akashic that these ties of consciousness might at last be loosened. So Ultima, I think, just wants to create a world of logic or of some kind where they'll be the oncoming savior, being like, no more toxic Twitter threads, no more of this discourse, no more of what color is the dress, only logic and reason, or something like that. So, what was that? Like, what? But he said the same incantation to Yote that is said to a Stolas. So okay, I don't think we ever really discussed what a Stolas was. A Stolas in this universe are those owls that that people use to send over to other people for messages. They're like messenger birds, except instead of paper, they transfer thoughts. So like they transfer the immediate thoughts that a person is having into an owl and then throw that owl over to where it needs to go. Does Yote have that same capability? That's really weird. Free Cities of Canver. A federation of neighboring independent city-states located to the southeast of the Dhalmekian Republic. While originally part of Dhalmekia, the cities achieved their independence in the year 857, hoping to step away from the Republic's internal struggles and focus instead on the commerce upon which their prosperity had been built. Political power currently resides within a council of guildmasters, prominent Canvarians, traders, and craftspeople. The lack of a dominant or a Mother Crystal Covet, along with its considerable financial resources, allows Canver to retain both its independence and neutrality in the face of considerable turmoil elsewhere. As such, it lacks a standing army, the defense of its walls having been regulated to a small yet well-trained city guard. Okay.
But please be safe. If aught were to befall you,
You have my word.
Oh. Are they an item? Is that not a weird power imbalance?
Farewell, my lord.
Huh.
My lady.
We are in your debt, Yote.
Huh. Unless that was the thought transfer, kind of like the mind-erasing kiss from Superman.
Let's find our friends.
Can I please go to other places now for quests, please? Yeah, methinks Ultima might try to turn into that. And, that's gonna be the final boss. Okay, can I fast travel now? Yes, okay, good. So let's do Northreach, since that's number 1. So by the coast there. And then after that, we'll do the other two. Help out that one dude who was bleeding out, who's injured on the side of the road. And then from there, we can do... God, I also saw some quests pop up, like here, too. So many quests.
Ghosts at the gates, not days.
God, we still also have that... Okay, and then...
You needn't fret.
I don't know where I'm going to sit in terms of the stream time after all the quests, so we'll have to see about that. And there's also still that one hunt that popped up shortly after we got back to from the hideaway stuff. But that one won't be too hard. That was like a C rank one.
Run like the wind. Hippocrates said I should be able to find what I'm looking for somewhere nearby.
Bright blue dragons and bright yellow flowers. Should be easy enough to spot.
These quests are good experience.
Caution, brother.
This must be our wyvern. All right. Let's get this over with. And another!
Oh my god, I am training this thing's will gauge. There we go. That should take care of that. Yeah, the Akashic enemies provide way more experience, without a doubt.
That's the wyvern's liver. Now I just need to find the herbs. Bright yellow with a heady scent.
What does heady scent mean? Like, strong? I'm gonna assume strong.
I think that's everything Molly needs to resurrect her recipe.
Rendezvous with Goots and Dalamel. Join Rutherford and Martha's Rest. Well, we can take care of this cooking quest right now. And then we've got, I think there was like 3 or 4 in the other spot there. It was a lot. Like, I think I saw like 3 minimum.
Seems the hideaway has lost it.
So, did you have that word with Tomes then?
I did, and he was as helpful as ever. He told me exactly where to look, in fact.
And there we are.
And what precisely will I be cooking up? Or is it better not to know?
Blueback wyvern liver. And, a herb known as Saint's Bonnet.
Ah, wyvern livers, was it? Well, at least it weren't actual worms, I suppose.
How to
Right then.
eat
You stay right
boiled
where you are.
oh god,
I've
imagine
got
how
some
to eat
cooking to
fried.
do. Let's hope
Remember
these
how to
grand
eat
old
fried
chefs of yore
worms?
knew what they
Was that
were
a
on
book
about.
or a movie first? I remember commercials for the movie. It was a weird one. A lot of weird media that I tend to remember as a kid, or from being a kid.
And here we have it. Fried mortress of skyworm. Ivan's offered to make sure it's fit for consumption. Well, I say offered. He as good as begged.
And rightly so. Is there any higher honor than partaking in a slice of culinary history?
I'm sorry, but all like video game food in terms of look has been ruined for me by like Monster Hunter. Like Monster Hunter World in particular. And a bit of Final Fantasy 15.
So, not fit for consumption then.
What witchery is this? The crackle of the crust gives way to an almost violent richness. Yet, it is the piquant kiss of the saint's bonnet that tames this savage dish. It is a tour de force. A force of nature, even. A maelstrom of flavour and sensation
A graceful beast emerging from centuries of slumber.
Delicious.
likes it.
Finally some good fucking
I
food.
can't quite tell with all that nonsense he's talking. But I reckon you might be right. It was decent then, I take it.
Decent? It's remarkable. And I defy any man to say a word to the contrary.
Jeez, I wasn't this dramatic when I had
Sit.
good food. I just
Might
make a funny
suggest that
face.
You command a party of your finest men and women to procure a dozen blueback wyverns forthwith.
I'll give it some thought.
It's like we're kind of in the middle of a bunch of Akashic and bandits trying to kill or pillage everything. I think maybe wyvern livers can wait. You don't understand. We need to make sure that the people get to enjoy this cuisine. So then next we do Dalamil. Or we go to Dalamil, rather. Hey, the carnage from the cart is cleared up.
The bandits may be new.
It shouldn't be too hard to find goods.
The gentlemen of the town guard are struggling.
Alright, so then we move over here.
Could be I know something more.
Clive, listen! I found someone who says he's heard the rumors about Nan.
Have you?
Go on. Tell him what you told me.
All right. It's like I said. A wizened old crone by the name of Karen's been selling steel to whoever will pay her price, be they knight or knave. Says the more swords and spears she puts in people's hands, the more war they'll wage. And the more war being waged, the more call for swords and spears. And who will they all turn to keep them in steel? Why, the good Reaper herself.
And you've seen this Reaper at work?
Aye, it just so happens I have. You'll find her right here plying her trade most days.
That's weird, because she's at
Here
the
in
hideaway
Dalamil.
right now.
Where exactly?
So, methinks a copycat.
She has a stall here in the market, but if you're not the patient type, you can probably find her at her storehouse on the edge of town. But it'd be a bolder man than me that braved that particular nest of vipers. Feeling bold, traveler? I hope so, for your sake. Now, if that's all, I have places to be.
Sorry to have kept you.
You don't think Nan's the Reaper, do you?
Dude, she's
Well,
literally
unless
at
she's
the
discovered
hideaway
secret of
right
how to be
now.
in two places at once.
Eh? What do you mean?
Lady Karen hasn't left the hideaway in weeks. So who has been running this stall he spoke of?
Good question. I'll go and have a look.
And I'll visit this storehouse on the edge of town.
All right, but be careful, Clive.
Goose is a good guy. Goots is a good
too,
guy.
Goots.
I was about to call him Goose, and I'm like, nope, not Goose. Not Goose. Okay, so it's that way. Right, so then we'll head back over to that city after we take care of the Martha's Rest quest.
Mummy.
I probably will reach... What's my current level? I'm level 39, close to 40.
What a mess.
If I reach level 40, maybe I'll give it another go. Because I feel like after doing all those quests, that'll be a good place to end the stream.
Very bravely.
Time to brave the Viper's Nest.
Just you, is it? Thought I might have laid it on a bit thick.
It was a fairly unconvincing tale. So, what now?
That's up to you. Die a slow death, or a quick one. Boys, he's all yours. But that sword is mine.
Okay. So it was to lure Clive out, I guess, or to teach Karen a lesson?
Now, we could pretend this didn't happen.
And... Do you ever think, like, as a common enemy in this game, these bandits, like, see all this magic bullshit happen, and they just... Like, this new wave of people come in, and they see all of that. Meet enemy stepping their fellow mercenaries slash bandits, and they just go like, you know what? Maybe this job isn't worth it. Like, Joshua's literally sending tiny phoenixes. Okay, no. I thought I had an idea that perhaps the enemy steps or the stomp was dependent on, like, having attacks between the jumps. Nope, I was wrong.
Stay down.
Again, hold on. I forgot I could. I keep forgetting that I can taunt. But the other thing is that, yeah, you see what I meant? Like, that was really just really funny to. Again, really kills. Really sometimes kills the tone of maybe most quests or stories where it's like, oh, I'm ruining the reputation because of what Karen possibly did, sold weapons to the people that slaughtered my family or something like that, and here I am taking these revenge hired mercenaries and being like, enemy step, enemy step, enemy step, charge attack, enemy step, enemy step. Summons will-o-wisps, juggles 2 enemies at once. Charge attack. Summons literal lasers from the sky.
Oh, you've done it now.
Go on. Tell me what I've done.
When the Borgwyn finds out you've killed his men, he'll have your head. He only wanted that bull of a manservant, the dim one always clinging to Karen's skirts. You weren't even supposed to be here. Who the hell are you anyway?
Oh, so Lord Goots, not him.
What were you going to do to him?
The Borgwyn wanted him to get to Karen. I was only supposed to point the lamp in the right direction once he arrived in Dalamil. But then you turned up. Well, go on then. If you're going to end me, end me.
You're not worth the effort. Now be gone, before I change my mind.
Fucking coward!
You hid behind you hid behind 2 waves of enemies, dude. Okay, so they were after Goots, not Karen. Huh.
Get your filthy paws off me, you naughty painted lout!
Stop calling me names! And stop spreading them horrible lies about Nan!
Well, that will be easy enough. For they are not lies. Every last word is true. And she must pay for her crimes in blood.
Lord!
Goose, are you all right?
He's gonna kill Nan! He said she had to pay in blood!
After what she did, it is only right. She ruined my life and the lives of countless others. That loathsome harpy's very existence is a crime, and I will not allow it to continue. Goots, was it? I have no quarrel with you. Only with your employer. Run along now. You need not pay for her sins.
No.
No?
I don't care what she did. I won't let you hurt Nan. Promise me you won't hurt her, or I'll kill you myself!
Goose, no.
Enough, all of you!
But how did you?
You're a sight less clever than you think you are, the pair of you. Did you think I wouldn't notice the two of you slinking off together? Well, the whole thing got me thinking, who in Dalimil might bear me a grudge? And a certain snivelling shit I ran afoul of in my fairy years came to mind. Though it was just Bogan back then, wasn't it? I thought the years might have taught you some sense, but I see you're the same pants-pissing craven you've always been.
Jesus.
What was it we called you? Wet legs.
You bitch! Everything that happened, it was all your fault! And now you'll finally pay for what you did to me!
You literally, you have two large... Alright.
Goose, you... If you want a piece of Nan, you'll have to go through me.
Fuck.
You great galoot. Out of the way, I can handle this myself. So, wet legs, you remember what you told me when we last met? An eye for an eye. Wise words. Wise words. And now, it's time to collect.
Wait, did he take her eye? Did she
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Did she actually?
Is he...
Dead? No. But I reckon he wishes he was. It isn't easy going through life one eye short of a pair.
Fuck!
After all, I should know.
Ooh.
You don't mean...
Oh, don't tell me you didn't notice. Lost it to old Wet Legs back when we were working the same routes. Said I'd stolen from his strongbox. I'd done nothing of the sort, mind. But that didn't stop him taking his little revenge. So I took some of my own. Sorry, lost everything. His coin, his clients. Always knew he'd be back one day to claim his due. But he crossed a line dragging poor Goots into this. He didn't hurt you, did he?
No, Nan. Still got all my arms, see? Legs too. But what if he comes back again?
What if he does? First we take the other eye, then we work our way down.
Jesus Christ!
He'll learn his lesson soon enough. But something tells me the Wet Legs has learned it already. Right. Let's get you back to the hideaway. You've attracted quite enough attention already. Ta-ra, Clive.
Remind me never to cross you, Cal.
Yeah, fucking Jesus. Alright. So now we return back to Karen. Holy shit. Took a dude's... Okay. The game has had a lot of moments of going that far, but I still have moments where I'm like, she's just gonna scare him, right? No, she did get an eye out of it. Jesus, man.
Nothing like a dish of cold vengeance to foul the gut.
I'm sorry, Nan. I didn't mean to make things worse. I just thought I had to protect you. Like you've protected me.
Aye, well, someone had to. Your parents certainly didn't give a whit for your well-being. Reckon the both of us would be worse off if I'd not taken you on. You've always been me right eye, Goots. And I'd have you stay that way. So don't you dare go looking for trouble again.
Well, I will. If you ever need help, I'll do it again and again, and you can't stop me.
Why, you big lump. Fine. Play the hero if it makes you happy.
Aww.
Thanks, Nan. I won't let you down.
I like these two. I like them.
There's nothing he wouldn't do for you.
That's as maybe. But if he's ever to make his own way in life, he'll need to start looking out for himself as well. Till then, he'll need people to watch his back, just like you did in Dalamil. Don't think I didn't appreciate that.
Of course. His family.
Stop it. You make me one good eye, mister. I don't go thinking that'll do you any favours. A potion today'll cost you the same as it did yesterday.
Oh, that gave a lot of experience. Continental Sensor. Oh, I'm getting mementos from all of them as quest rewards. Which has me thinking that maybe this kind of is the final string. Well, not the final string, but like the finale of learning of these characters and sort of getting to know more about them. Like the Otto one in particular. That one still got me. That one was like a real, like, oh. That moment was still so good. Alright. Whomst are we talking to?
My lord Marquis, it is you. Then you received my letter. I am Sebastian Rutherford, chief steward of your lord uncle's estate.
Of course. We met once before.
Yes, my lord. Thank you for coming.
And what was so sensitive that you couldn't put it in writing?
1,000 apologies, my lord. I did not mean to offend. I merely...
It's all right. Continue.
I
was about to, but you interrupted me, my lord.
At the behest of your lord uncle, tasked with learning what I am able of the realm's current state of affairs. And what I have learned is grim. The fall of the Mother Crystals has left Storm in a state of utter disarray. The subsequent darkening of the heavens has only made things worse.
His
Akashic
clothes...
attacks, once unthinkable.
His clothes kind of remind me of an armor set from Demon Souls. Like the one that... I forget the starting class it is, but I think it's the Noble. Yeah. Fitting, but it's like, it really strikingly reminds me of it. Especially like the shoulder parts.
Are now commonplace. The gears of governance have ground to a halt, and without a steady hand on the tiller, the realm threatens to drift into utter chaos. Your lord uncle, however, believes there is a way to avoid this fate, and is determined to see it set in motion.
That sounds like quite the undertaking.
It is. Hence my having enlisted the aid of several colleagues serving the 7 high houses. Alas, I have lost contact with 2 of those colleagues already. They are both able-bodied and trained in the sword, yet in these dark times, even that may not prove sufficient to keep a man safe on the road.
So you want me to find them? I'll need to know where they went.
One I sent to investigate the Republic, the other the old Imperial capital of Oriflamme.
That doesn't exactly narrow it down. I suppose I'll start in Dalimil and work my way east.
Thank you, my lord. I shall pray for your success and safety.
Alright, so we head to Dalimil again. So yeah, we've got quite a bit of quests we can do.
It's not going to be easy finding one man in an entire republic. Let's hope someone here's seen something.
Mummy? The gentleman of the town guard.
I still have yet to really see any kind of advancement on the quest with the guy in Lost Wing. I forget his name, but yeah, we kind of left that with like he was planning on starting a full-on guerrilla warfare situation with someone that he had a falling out with, and we just have not gotten any updates about that.
I don't see your master here, so you can start by giving us all the coppers in your purse.
I already told you, I have nothing.
Then maybe we'll take that pretty outfit and the steel you're wearing.
Please! These men are trying to rob me!
I'll deal with this.
Thank you.
You that one's master, then? If you'd kindly pay the coin he owes us, we can pretend you didn't draw your blade on Republican soldiers.
Or you can go back to your garrison and I won't report you to your captain.
Oh, you're more than welcome to. He hasn't had many visitors since we slit his throat.
Yeah, you're not getting off on this magic person. Nope.
It's over.
Okay. I might actually reach level 40. Huh.
I'd expect as much from Hugo's faithful, but these were men of the fist.
Much has changed in the Republican army since they lost their rock.
You've seen this kind of thing before, then?
Many times. I was sent here to observe the situation.
You're one of Rutherford's men. He sent me to look for you.
Well, then you have my thanks. I fancy I could defend myself against one, perhaps two, but a whole regiment. I arrived in Dalimil several days ago, but when I called upon the captain of the local garrison to make inquiries, his men confiscated my effects and locked me in a cell.
The captain is no more, and his men make the rules now.
Fortunately, I was able to bribe my way free, only to be stopped again by those soldiers you so kindly dispatched.
What of the Fist's Central Command? Surely they wouldn't allow such lawlessness amongst their ranks.
I would imagine they are unaware of it.
Most of the army has fallen back to the capital and hunkered down behind her walls. Those who weren't recalled now rule the fringes unchecked, answering to no one but themselves.
Then it's worse than we imagined. You should return to Rosaria. It's not safe here.
I'll find a caravan heading north. You won't mind if I borrow one of these soldiers' coin purses?
No. They're not mine. And they're dead, so it's like, go ahead, knock yourself
I'm
out.
the second associate of Rutherford's. If he was bound for Oriflamme, I'll start at Northreach and see if I can pick up his trail.
And Oriflamme was just north of Northreach. So we'll do that. Yeah, I'm getting the feeling like I could potentially, like,
Rutherford's man could be anywhere.
Strong case that I may be about like 70% through the game since I've gotten Bahamut's stuff now, but I could be wrong. I don't want to guess in terms of how much of the game I've got left, because I could be 100% wrong on it.
What happened here?
If you're with the others, they've already relieved me of my belongings.
I'm not. I'm looking for someone who was sent here by a man named Rutherford.
And then you found him. I am Alistair Rockford, attendant to the Lady Ariane of House Wellesley.
Of the 7 high houses of Rosaria. It's been a long time since last I saw my great-aunt. Is she well?
My Lord Marquis? Yes. Yes, she is. The Lady Dowager has granted me leave to assist your Uncle Stuart. I was on my way back from the old capital when I saw some villagers being robbed on the road here.
Bandits.
Bandits.
They looked more like field hands.
Bandits.
It didn't matter in the end. I did what I could to help the victims, but all it earned me was a pommel to the temple.
Which way did they go?
South, toward the gate.
All right. I'll take care of them. Founder knows I've met enough of their kind. You head back to Northreach, visit the Vale, tell them I sent you.
Thank you. I shall. Founder be your shield.
Yeah, Mother Crystal's collapse really fucked everything up. Well, I mean, it feels like this was all inevitable, but still.
They just couldn't resist, could they?
This one's ours, pretty boy.
Ow! Oh my god. Oh, this is disgusting. This feels like the equivalent of, like, if you summon 3 friends to help you in the middle of a Souls boss fight, and you're just, like, absolutely decimating them with the hit stun. Like, this just feels really, like... Oh! I remember what that attack reminds me of. The Will-O-Wisp fire thing. Little weapon called Faust in DMC5.
Make for the town while you can. There may be more bandits nearby.
You don't need to tell me twice. Many thanks, traveler.
This looks to be all of them.
I have to wonder where the bearer discourse is now
I told
with
you to make for the Vale.
all of this stuff happening.
And stand by as ill might befall the heir to the ducal throne.
It's just Clive, and I'm fine. Which is more than can be said for you.
I will survive.
Strange that the garrison wouldn't intervene in such a brazen attack so close to their gates.
The garrison have their hands full inside the city. Some days they don't even send out patrols. There are few hands left to work the fields, and even fewer to transport the grain. The market stalls are nearly bare, and the price for what remains is exorbitant. It's not uncommon to see a fight break out over a crust of bread. When I said the ones who attacked me didn't have the look of bandits, I meant it. They were probably just desperate.
Rockford, listen to me. If you are to continue your investigation, you first need to seek the attention of a healer.
Of course. I shall return to Northreach right away. But allow me to thank you first. Had you not happened along,
Don't thank me. Thank Rutherford. It was he who sent me.
I suppose he'll be wondering where I've got to. I shall send a Bastolus as soon as I'm able. Good day.
My uncle certainly has his work cut out for him. If it isn't already too late.
Yeah, shit got screwy.
I should go and tell Rutherford that his colleagues are still in one piece.
Alright, so that's done. So this probably means this quest will be finished, and then we can take care of the ones in that city that we were just in. Got all the quests in that city, and then I'll probably end the stream with an attempt at the dragon again.
I see you're
since
still
I'll probably
here.
be level 40 by then.
The rest's location affords a constant flow of traders, and with it, a constant flow of information. Speaking of which, I received word from both my associates. They have resumed their investigations, thanks to you.
I only happened to be in the right place at the right time. They both seem to think the realm's prospects rather grim.
I am afraid that grim would be putting it lightly. Storm is in crisis, and if we are to free her, we must work quickly. And we must work together. Such is your Lord Uncle's wish.
As it is mine.
Alright. Oh, we're getting there. And I can get another renown reward. So let's grab a renown award, and then we'll take care of the quests that are at the Tabor. Not Tabor. Wait, I'm forgetting. Damn it! I'm forgetting town names immediately. Another missive. Okay.
Did you see that? Tell me you saw that.
I pity those in the villages.
Clive! Anything catch your eye?
Okay. Skin trade. Well, that's definitely a name for a quest.
You can help.
You know, they're trying to get
I'll
skin.
help you today, Clive. Your benefactors are a generous lot. You earned this.
There we go.
All done?
Okay, now where was that one hunting mission? Ooh, another venture. Did I ever tell you about the time I flew all the way to the bottom of the to the Zemeki Basin?
What did you find down there?
A deeper understanding, Kupo. From outside, it seems so mysterious. Where does all the water go, Kupo? Why does it never fill up? What's behind the waterfalls? Those were the questions I flew in to find answers to, Kupo, but instead I found something about myself. I can't swim, Kupo. I'm not really sure what the other Moogle designs in the series are like, but this little guy is adorable. I want a plush of him, I want the Torgal plush, and I want a figure of Ambrosia. Oh, man. Could you imagine the prospect of, like, a life-sized figure of Ambrosia the Chocobo? That would... Oh, man, that would be probably... God, how much would that cost? Also, I don't think this was any of it. So, I think that hunting thing has to be somewhere here. So, how's about we get these 3 quests, find that hunt, and then do the dragon. And that's probably a good stream amount, if any.
Opportunity beckons. Is that blade for hire, perchance? Because I have a mind to make a killing.
Figuratively, I hope.
Well, yes and no. A passing caravan carried with it a rumor most fortuitous for one in my trade, that an elder Dread Evis had been sighted in the fields of Korava. Dread Evis are aggressive beasts. Compelled as they are to acts of violence, few survive to maturity, but those that do develop a hide of phenomenal value.
A hide you want to sell?
Eventually, yes. Though I would have it tanned first that it might be crafted into marvels the likes of which the world has never seen. Dread Evis skin is a rare thing indeed. But the worked hide of a well-aged beast, now that would fetch such coin that Gilbert himself might weep with envy. Bring me that beast's skin, and I will share with you the bounty of our combined labors.
All right. I'll hunt your Evis.
Of course you will.
Is Evis an actual word, or is this something they made
up?
up?
A fool who lets opportunity slip his grasp. Leave Tabor through the east gate, but take the path that branches west. Once you reach the checkpoint at Tovany, you are a mere stone's throw from the fields of Korava.
Evis, Latin and...
I eagerly await your safe and above all
Okay, so Evis means time and eternity in Latin. Yeah. Seems like that's the closest thing I can get. I don't know, it's just, it's called that, and I'm like, what is that just another word that they made up here, or is it something real? Alright, okay. Where was that other quest? It was here. Shit. Okay, it's gonna start on a cutscene.
Cyril. How fares the search?
Well, Your Grace, my report shall be with you ere long.
Ah, yes. Yotei is otherwise engaged, at my behest.
And the duty of wardenship?
Fulfilled. For as you see, I've been reunited with my first shield.
I am Cyril, Knight of the Undying and bearer of the Burning Quill, charged with chronicling the mortal deeds of His Grace, Joshua Rosfield, Keeper of the Flame of the Phoenix, and rightful Archduke of Rosaria.
I entrusted Cyril here with overseeing the investigation into Ultima's origins. Findings from his brothers and sisters afield are delivered here to be collated and catalogued.
Just how many Undying are there?
Not nearly enough, milady. Yet we are glad to give our all in service to the Phoenix. Such is, and has ever been, our creed.
I see.
I'm feeling something weird here with
You have your
this.
associates, I have mine. But you may now think of them as ours. That won't be a problem, will it?
The Phoenix is our sun, and we but the shadows that quicken in his radiance. It is from the darkness that we serve, both him and now you. Pray accept this token.
Oh, do we get another? Yep, we do. The Phoenix Down!
For as long as
Oh, they made it into a seal. That's an item that revives a party member.
There's nothing further.
No. You are dismissed.
Your Grace.
Although it's kind of odd that Clive is suspicious, because if they have his...
We'll talk about this later.
I'm going to assume a prospect of, like, something will come up where...
You'll seem very, You certainly keep strange bedfellows, Joshua.
Yeah, they probably weird him out a little bit, being like, hold on now. Like, what's this person about? Like, who knows, maybe they'll think Joshua's whole situation could end up going really south, and they're like, we're gonna protect the Phoenix no matter what, even against his first shield.
Finally. No one was paying me the slightest heed.
Is something wrong?
At the university, the students would hang on my every word. Sadly, this far from home, I'm just a vagrant graybeard.
The university? You're a scholar.
A specialist in ancient cultures. The most accomplished in all Valisthea, some have said. Not that I look the part in these tattered rags. In my heyday, no obstacle could have kept me from my studies. Yet here I am, a wizened windbag, bested by the many steps of Tabor. The answers I seek lying just beyond my enfeebled reach. Would you do an old man a kindness and brave the stairs in my stead? You'll be amply rewarded, of course.
Climb the stairs and...
And memorize a few inscriptions for me. Assuming you know your letters, that is.
Couldn't I just charcoal and paper that?
Is rumored to have carved clues to Tabor's rich history into stones dotted about the village. 3 of them, to be precise. 1 each to the north, south, and east. I'm here in the hope that those carvings might shed light on a riddle I've been pondering for some time. Namely, the otherwise undocumented origins of Tabor's unique people. People quite unlike those of neighboring lands.
I can't promise I'll remember everything perfectly.
Just charcoal and paper it.
Remember what you can. I'll piece together the rest. Make for the domed pavilions, and you'll have no trouble finding the stones.
Alright. So, I guess papers and charcoal is not common. Alright. Well, this is pretty much here, so I can do this immediately. This is a really cool town, though. I've always had a likening for towns that are built into the side of like cliff faces or canyons. It's like, it's part of the reason why Markarth is so cool for me in Skyrim. Wanderers of the Golden Plains, lay your roots in stone. With pride recall thy noble past and make these rocks a home.
What Golden Plains might the wanderers have called home, I wonder?
Not a scratch on them.
So it's these stones to Canva and the rest of the rocks.
This one is Guardians of the Crystal, the first stones of Tabor. Sacred hold thy noble blood till ends the mother's labor.
No history would be complete without mention of the mother crystals.
That Cyril fella's.
Scholarly sorts like him always are.
How are those new boots treating you?
And last one. Children of the hunters, now tillers of the land, reap her promised blessings and give praise her gracious hand.
Farmers must have settled here in Tabor. I should speak to the old scholar before I forget everything I've read.
A little jump just before each quest.
Oh, would that I could have seen for myself. Come, don't tease me now. What did you learn of this place and its people? Let's start with the engraving to the south, shall we? What did it say?
Wait, the great good Mughal guardians.
Guardians of the Crystal, the first stones of Tabor, sacred hold thy noble blood, till ends the mother's labor. I'm pretty sure that was it.
Fascinating. It would seem the founders of this city were descendants of those fallen charged with protecting the mother crystals. But whatever could have driven the Guardians so far from their sacred charges, I wonder? The engraving to the north is next, I think.
Voyagers of the Ashen Ocean. I think it was Golden Plains.
Wanderers of the Golden Plains, lay your roots in stone. With pride recall thy noble past, and make these rocks a home. Or, I think that was it, at least.
No doubt you're right. There are vestiges of nomadic customs in Tabor its guardian roots could never account for. This is proving most enlightening. Now, for the final stone.
Tillers of the land. I believe that was it.
Children of the hunters, now tillers of the land, reap her promised blessing and give praise her gracious hand. That's all three.
And so, we add primitive farmers to Tabor's founding peoples, the final piece of the puzzle. 3 engravings. One for each of the 3 peoples to
Three!
in ancient times.
Rolling R's.
Wanderers from across the plains, and last but certainly not least, hunters turned farmers. Little wonder it was so difficult to trace the roots of Tabor's culture. Those roots reach down through 3 distinct traditions. Nonetheless, one cannot help but wonder why this fact is not better known among scholars, given that the stones stand here for all to see.
Too many stairs, perhaps.
Ha! Too many by far. Here, and thank you.
All right. Well, that was easy. Oh, we're almost... Oh, just shy. And a goblin coin. Alright, so then we've got the guy that's injured up the road
Careful
from
how you
here.
pack that leather. Any crystals.
So I guess leatherworking's kind of the known commodity here. This place is cool, though. I like the look of it.
Ready, go?
Again, life-size figure of Ambrosia. That would cost so much, but god damn it, would it make a good conversation piece. Okay, so it was all the way over there. And then the other quest... Oh, that was all the... Oh, that's way... Okay. Right.
Be safe.
injured.
Yeah, no shit.
What happened here? Where are your comrades?
Ether flood up ahead. It swallowed our camp while we slept.
Oh.
My own men did this. Turned every last one of them. There's a village not far from here. Tabor. The people were kind to us. It's only a
Have to
matter
kill
of time
Akashics.
before
Oh man.
they won't stand a chance.
That's a rough go.
We can't let those monsters reach the...
I'll go. You catch your breath.
You know, Joshua, you have Kiraga.
Our encampment is up ahead. Just off the track. They must not reach Tabor. Forgive me, Lord Kuka.
Rest well, soldier.
Oh. One of Kuka's men. This one can be done here.
You said the encampment was close. Let's hope the Akashic are still there. Got here in time.
I'm assuming upgrading this probably could also mean, like, I get to the second level faster, potentially. And there we go. There we go. And that'll be that.
Is someone there? Please, I can't move my leg.
That doesn't sound like an Akashic. You're with the battalion?
I am. I heard the fighting. Are the others?
Taken care of. One of your brothers in arms told me what happened and asked for help.
Another survivor? Where is he? Tell me.
His wounds were too deep.
He was right to send you. Those things you slew are no longer my brothers. Tabor is safe thanks to you. Here, you've earned it.
Alright. And then we've got the dragon hide. Oh, so close. Watch it be like I finish this last quest and I'm like, and once more I'm at like a little pixel away.
You must have me confused with someone else.
That scar.
Son of a whore. You're Sid. I was there in Cosnes when you killed my brothers. I was there in Rosalith when you killed my commander.
My war with Hugo Kupka is over. I bear no ill will toward those who followed him.
What of my ill will? Coward! Draw your steel. Lord Kupka shall be avenged!
This is the first time I've been given this kind of choice in a quest. He can't stand. And I did do him a solid. But it's like, Kupka's dead. So who's left to really rally against them? And plus, the high... No. No.
When your wounds have healed and your head has cooled, come and find me if you must. Though I hazard your life would be better spent in service of those who need it. Or have you forgotten your oath to the Republic?
My oath? What would you know of oaths?
I know how hard they are to keep. Which is why I'm giving you the chance to keep yours.
No. I won't be deceived. Lord Kupka told us of your crimes. You are an outlaw. A murderer, not some...
Man. Like you or anyone else.
I am nothing like you. But if you're not gonna kill me, then go. Leave! Just know that I will find you, Sid. Someday.
That was a good one. Good acting from that person, the person playing that soldier. Just the acting in general throughout the whole game has been really good. Like, oh,
good girl.
Faster.
Certainly pleased that that a lot of the performances have turned out super strongly. Like, props go to all of them. Alright, no thanks to the Helldiver. I would just like to... Oh, shit. You know what? No. Dalamil, just so I don't have to fight those again. Even if it would be good experience. I don't know. I'll see how much experience I could need after this final quest.
Mummy. The gentleman of the town guard.
All right.
Fly, Ambrosia.
Never mind, have to fight anyway. Fucking, alright. State of the world changing. Okay, if I don't level up from this quest, then yeah. I'll be guaranteed with that little helper, that little pip of experience. Sorry, Ambrosia, but I have to leave you on this one. So many enemies. There we go. Oh shit, I didn't even check my abilities, my AP. How am I looking on that? I have not used Aerial Blast at all, but I'm kind of set with my Garuda skills. Could upgrade this a bit more. Or... might as... yeah, I want it. I want that skill. And then I'll replace Satellite with Giga Flare. Because frankly, Satellite's cool, but with the Will-O-Wisp thing, I don't really need any other skill that's like, here's a thing that hovers around you and does damage to enemies. I've got plenty of that, thank you. Like, this game definitely leaves you a bit spoiled for options as far as combat is concerned.
Faster.
Again, this game's kind of screaming for a potential, like, added combat challenge, Bloody Palace kind of way, you know? It's just screaming for that. It's like, I can practically hear the game being like, please, give me a Bloody Palace mode where you fight progressively tougher enemies and the bosses. Or select bosses, not all, but select.
You deserve a rest.
Alright.
Company.
Old he may be, but it looks like there's still plenty of fight in him yet.
And Joshua's also got a super beam too. I just noticed something. I did get hit by that claw attack, but I think because of the Will-O-Wisps, I'm defended from that. There we go. Right there. It's right there. Just if this quest can do it.
This thing reeks. The sooner it's up.
Okay, and then there's... I think I may save that one hunting quest for next stream, actually. Because I'm getting a little tired and I want to try out that dragon again.
Here's your hide, as requested.
I worried you might never return. Quickly, let me see it.
Oh, wait, Avis skin. The thick scaled skin of an Avis claimed by some to be as old as the mountains themselves, though it has most likely seen a decade or two.
Supple as a maiden's cheek, yet as adamant as her virtue. This is everything I had hoped for, and more. Clearly, my trust in you was not misplaced. You must be a hunter of considerable talent to have bested the beast with nary a scratch.
No, I'm just 5 levels over it.
As my honored partner, with my means and your might, we shall be as wealthy as the merchant kings of Zemeckis.
I don't plan on making a habit of this. I'm busy enough as it is.
Very well. Though I believe fate had a hand in our meeting, it would be unbecoming of me to beg. Do not allow me to keep you from being about your business. Here, for the hide.
All right. And that's the quests for Tabor. And I've leveled up. Level 40. All right. Well. Let me take a look again here to see if there's anything new. Does not look like it. All right. I'm full on potions. I'm full on health. It was here, right? Yes. All right. As a treat for the generous anonymous gifter earlier, I will be attempting the dragon again as sort of my final act of the stream. I'm 10 levels below it. I'm not confident that I'll win, but I at least want to give it a better go than getting flattened earlier. And I have Joshua with me, so maybe that'll help. Alright. Just ahead. Yeah, it's a cool looking dragon. Like, a lot of the enemy designs of this has been pretty cool. I especially really love those, like, thralls of Ultima. They're really neat looking. Like, I've been not disappointed by the look of a single enemy yet. Okay. Here we are. Why am I doing this? It does act as a shield. You know, it's better if I don't lock on. As we learned from the Sunbreak Dragon boss I fought, where it was like, I couldn't be able to find a way of actually fighting the boss. Okay. Aha. I think I'm gonna try that again. I got a little lost. But I know that the stagger meter can go down low. That was a really bad idea to have Phoenix Shift with that. No, I don't want to fight that thing. Please let me run. Come on. There we go. Alright, so. Do I need to fight the little dragons again? No. But yeah, I think I could actually do it. I was doing decent damage, both to the stagger meter and its health. It just... I got a little overzealous and I needed a dodge instead of Phoenix Shift. Because that dive could probably be instantaneous wipeout. But yeah, I'm full on items. So we'll see how this goes. Nah, I didn't think I'd get a cheap shot in. I somehow dodged that perfectly.
Let's try.
didn't dodge in time. Ow, didn't dodge in time. Alright, another one. That was halfway down on the health. It's just the damage it can do is just too much, but I can get better, and it is possible, but not at my current level. Just not feasible. On the list, though. On the list for sometime later. Probably at level 45. Why did I go to the hideaway? Oh, Oh, no, I didn't have any. Did I? No, I didn't have any renown. Why did I do that? All right, well, we'll stop at the city over here, and then we'll continue that route. And yeah, we'll see where we go from there. But I'll attempt that dragon again, probably at level 45 or something. But I think halfway through, I think getting that dragon half down on health was a good number. It just, the thing is, it wiped out any remaining health I had with one attack, and I just straight up am not strong enough yet. Oh, look at Joshua's sprite. Alright, well, this is where I'm going to stop for now, because we've been about 4.5 hours in, and I'm getting a little tired. So, yeah, thank you all for joining me tonight. It's been really fun, as always. Expect more of this. I don't know how much left I've got of this game, but I'm gonna be honest, like from start to finish, I've just had nothing but good feels for this whole thing. Like, despite the dour tone and everything, I have been on my goddamn seat for this, glued and needing desperately for like a snack or something, like maybe like a bowl of almonds or something to just shovel while I'm watching Ultima do some weird shit. But yeah, this has been really good. This could be a contender for Game of the Year for me, frankly. I have yet to play some of the other super huge things that people have had fun with this year. Down the line, definitely I'll get to it, but this has made its case tremendously well. Like, wow. And as my first sort of... You know, I'm not sure if I would... I think I'd probably count this more as my first Final Fantasy versus FF7 Remake. Well, maybe 4 on the DS. I don't know. It's kind of hard to quantify that, but this is making a strong case for me to play more of the Final Fantasy series. So I'll probably give more of a verdict about that when I finish this game, but know that this game's giving me a very high impression. So yeah, take care of yourselves, everyone. Stay safe, stay hydrated, keep your postures checked, and I hope to see you in the next stream.